Alrighty, I'm back. We're gonna do a little viewer game analysis stream here today. Still don't know exactly how I'm gonna run these, but basically, if you're in the chat on either Twitch or YouTube, then you can send me a game and I'll analyze it to the best of my ability. And you can decide, do you want it to be, a game where you show off and show how brilliantly you played, and then I'm sort of just like showing the game? Or do you want an actual review where I brutally criticize all your moves and make you feel bad and hope that it helps you improve? Could be either one. So it's up to the viewer to determine the level of scathingness of the review. This is not a Wendy's. How's it going, DK? And also, I figured if I don't have people in chat that are offering up games for review, that maybe we'll like go scour Reddit and see if people have games on Reddit to review. I thought that could be an interesting way to try and like, smooth things over. So anyway, I think brutal reviews is the way to go. Brutal reviews are the most helpful, in my opinion. In fact, let's go ahead and see if we can find a game on Reddit to review, because that might be fun. There's a lot of people that post games on Reddit to review, but they don't get reviewed, because usually when people on Reddit, they're not trying to like use their brain. So that's how it goes. Let's see. Yeah, there's more like tactics than full games that are posted on Reddit. But sometimes you'll get full games. I think there's also a subreddit that's just for game analysis. Oh yeah, no, that's definitely true bouncing. Do you know what the subreddit, isn't it just chess game analysis? Yeah, because I'm not finding any games posted. I think it's chess game analysis. Let's look. Okay, the last post in that sub was 6 years ago, so I guess that's not it. On Discord? I'm already in so many Discords that I don't like, ever read. What is TCL? The chess something. Man, it's harder to find games on Reddit than I realized. The chess Discord. The chess lounge. I'm probably not gonna play. I was just gonna try to do game reviews today, Noir, but I guess we'll see if I get games to review. If people don't have games, then maybe I'll play. Surely I can find someone, though. Okay, Bouncy added me to this Discord. So let's see. Where do I go in the Discord? I can find 1 billion games. Awesome. I looked at analysis and I see no games. Two plus one, I couldn't do that. OTB or analysis. Analysis doesn't seem to have any games. So let's look at OTB. Or chess, yeah. mean, you promised me a treasure trove of games, and I haven't found any yet. You can go first, Vindictive. There's no games yet. Why is RDPXI just, like, spout? I don't understand. I did look, but I scrolled for, like, 5 seconds, and I found nothing. Let's look at Vindictive's game. Copy PGN. That's how to do it. All right, Vindictive, you want to give us like the background for the game? Set the stage for us. And you were... I will figure out what color you were. You were black. You're just gonna hang out if you have nothing to say? That works. How's it going, Toast? Under 2200, 90 plus 30 tournament. I can remove variations in comments? What if I don't want to? Oh yeah, and Vindictive, what level of scathingness do you want in the review? Vindictive and I are like similar strengths, so it's going to be hard for me to review a game that he spent 4 hours playing and I'm going to spend like 20 minutes looking at. Although I have the engine on my side, so that'll even the playing field a little bit. Okay, Vindictive's black. I'm already out of book. It's a Rui Lopez. B5. Apparently the 4th most common move, but only 1%. Well, I have the database filtered since 2010 because I figure that's the most useful. And everybody, 90% of games in the master database are Berlins. So probably if we looked from decades ago, these other moves would be more in the running. Well, you don't have to play B5, but... It says this is the Caro variation. Yeah, and I mean, again, I don't know the opening at all, but your move Knight F6 is a very common move, but black is only winning 4% of games in the master database, 65% draws, and 31% white victories. So that seems like probably a challenging line to play. But, I mean, you know, whatever, at our level it doesn't really matter that much. We can do your game next, the Taken name. Thank you for watching tonight, Little Blow. Okay, this seems like chess. Bishop looks good on this diagonal. He's gonna play d4. Makes sense. But he castled first. h3 seems a little slow, but it's been done. I don't know why it's that necessary, but you don't play games like ever, Noir? And he backed up the bishop. That's a funny looking kind of move. I assume the purpose is one of two things. It could be that the knight wants to go there, Breyer style. Or it could be that Vindictive wants to play c5, which is hard to do with all these pieces in the way. h3 stops bishop g4 lines? Alright, fair enough. So he backed it on up. Bishop g5 happened. This is kind of an annoying pin because we don't have our usual ways of getting out of it with like bishop here or knight here. But I mean, actually probably knight b8, knight bd7 sort of makes sense anyway. And try to play c5 or knight c5 after we unpin somehow. Okay, he played h6, makes sense. The pin was maintained. How's it going, Tina? Tina probably still streaming. That's how she does it. You don't have to send your game anywhere, just if you have like a Lichess link or a chess.com link or whatever, then you can just send it to me once we're done with this game. That would probably be easiest. And then I'll copy the PGN from there or something. Okay. Vindictive played g5, which seems very aggressive. The computer likes it. Yeah, it's tough for me to opine much because I just know nothing about these openings. I would be inclined to play like bishop. Well, I mean, bishop e6 might be a little sus, but you know, something. Develop my bishop somewhere. Thanks for following the Taken name. And how's it going, Thaddeus? If I didn't say that already, I can't remember. Oh, whoops. Okay, so g5 happened. Breaking the pin, and he went to Sacktown. Which the computer says is best. Again, this pin is pretty irritating to get out of. And I guess white is going to play queen f3 or f4 or something and try to attack this knight some more. I would be kind of scared, but I guess he calculated. Now bishop e6. I guess with the idea that if white ever captures, then our rook can help defend our extra piece. Computer not a fan. The computer actually just wants king g7. I should probably not have the computer going constantly. Use my brain some. Okay, that works too. Taken name. I mean, bishop e6 doesn't seem so bad. I think maybe the thing is like white really white probably doesn't want to take this. And white probably doesn't mind if you take this. He'll just like take with the pawn and then he's got another weakness to put pressure on. So I guess this doesn't really address, you know, the main issue in the position, although we are, you know, developing our pieces. Doesn't seem like such an unreasonable move. I think maybe white should play like f4 or something. Or queen f3. f4 feels like the most forceful. Pokemon card show off versus Gorgon? I think I got Gorgon crushed, but... Oh, f4 is illegal. That's unfortunate. He could play king h1, although it seems a little slow when you're down a piece. He could play d4 maybe. And get it going that way. d4 actually looks pretty good because we're also you know, we got this fork on the table. He played king h1, which has been denoted as a mistake. So I wonder if d4 is any good. This queen f3 is the best move. It gives a slight edge to white. Also likes bishop d5, collinear move. Okay, bishop d5 makes some sense. Those are the only moves that give white an advantage. How crazy is my move? It says black should take here. Yeah, it's just not that worried. I mean, black is up a piece. And it actually says black should just take this. Yeah, I guess why not? It do be a pawn. So this gets a little messy, but black's up a lot of material, so... Fair enough. So you went king h1, presumably to play f4. And Vindictive played knight b8, which is denoted as a blunder. I mean, it seems like a reasonable move to get the knight here. It does kind of feel like what is our active plan? It seems like we don't really have one. We're kind of just like trying to hang on to our extra piece that can't move. This piece can't really do anything. These pieces can't do anything. This piece can't. Yeah, so I mean, I guess we just have to play more actively. And I think the reason it likes king g7 is because, yeah, okay, the arrow was already drawn. That was the arrow I was going to draw. Now the rook can get active on the h file. The queen doesn't have to defend the knight anymore, so, you know, black can try to play on the king side and get untangled that way. Maybe you even, like, flip your king over here and just get all out of the way. Something like that. Hello, Ferdinand. I am not chess.com partnered, and I hope to never be. That's probably accurate, Thaddeus. Hopefully. Okay, so instead the knight came back. But yeah, we're getting a little too passive, I guess. F4 as advertised. So white is pretty close to having a second attacker here. So Vindictive played bishop e3, pinning the pawn. Now what happened? Vartanong, thanks for following. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, bishop e3 seems pretty good. I mean, I was kind of wondering, like, what if white just, like, attacks it? But I guess you're happy enough to just take here and trade this stuff. Could get a little dicey, though. Maybe queen f3 is an improvement. Start putting pressure down the F file. I'm not really communist, more socialist, but... Okay, white did play queen f3. And we did trade a bunch on f4 as expected. Nah, it's pretty close, but not really the same thing. So, I mean, white is down a piece. He's got some pawns for compensation. This king's a little funny. Black's not even really behind in development anymore. Like, white's not doing a whole lot of developing either. So, seems good for black. Crazy line with knight h5, queen h6 draw. Knight h5 was played with lots of red highlights for some reason. I understand these two. The queen can't go there. But why can't the queen go to h6? Beats me. I mean, h6 seems like the most logical square. Can't go to h6 because of fork. Wait, what fork? Oh, because of this. Okay, fair enough. So I guess the point is, after this, white could take this, and black can't take back because then there's a draw here. There's a perpetual. I guess this is the perp, because now, I mean, presumably black wants to save his knight. But this is just, I mean, this is just a perp, like, no matter what black does. Because this pawn is pinned by the bishop. So I guess there's no way to stop perpetual here. I think white can pre-move queen g6, queen h6. That's tough. Yeah, so there's just no move. Because, like, black's up material, so black could... Like, if black had a move that defended the g6 square, black could just let this knight hang and stop the perpetual and try to keep playing. But there's just no move that does it. Tough stuff. So that's pretty hard to see. But, I mean, I kind of think maybe white should have found that, because I think white should be feeling fairly desperate here. And, like, white played queen e3 in the game, which, like, if white's gonna have compensation for the piece, then, like, he's probably not gonna get it by, you know, retreating. You know, white really needs to come up with an attack, but it's getting pretty difficult to envision any attack existing. And white doesn't really have any more pieces that he can involve at the moment. So, I mean, it is tough to find, but I feel like white has to start looking for stuff like this, because it looks like the game's about to go really badly. Okay, you played queen h4, which looks like definitely the most direct move. Yeah, I mean, it just seems easy to play for black now. Like, you're threatening this, he'll stop it, he'll move the king or something. And then you can just, like, get your pieces on good squares. Something. This seems great for black at this point. And that's what happened. You traded bishops, which I don't necessarily understand. I don't understand trading bishops. I don't agree with that, because after the trade, I mean, now you're babysitting this pawn with one of your pieces. So I don't see what was gained by that. And, like, I don't think you should be afraid of bishop takes, because I think black's happy to be trading material here. I guess you didn't want him to have connected passers, I guess was the thought. It's just hard to see how he's going to get those pawns moving. But, okay, I mean, it probably doesn't matter a ton. What does the computer say? Computer agrees with you. Shows what I know. Okay, now it's... Yeah. It says taking and knight d7, which was my move. They're both about the same. It's about minus 1.5. They keep, like, flipping back and forth. I do offer in-person lessons, yeah. But I mean, I can do lessons over the internet too. So if that's something you're interested in, you know, message me. You can message me on Twitch or Discord or Twitter or whatever. But I can do in person if you know, if you live in Birmingham, basically. Okay. So the bishops were traded. Yeah, I hate that now we're gonna have to leave a piece defending this. When you played f6, which I see you said in the chat, I don't super get it. I don't get why that was a necessary move. Why not just like here? Because I'm also like, I'm not, like, I wouldn't say I'm worried, but like, is this move a little bit annoying? Because we're, you know, it's creating this pin. The king's completely trapped. So he has some ideas. Like, after queen h6, isn't he threatening g4? Or is he not? Maybe he's not, but... I don't know. f6 deals with queen h6 more directly? I don't know how you mean, really, but you probably looked at the position for more than 30 seconds. Because like I'm kind of thinking like if my knights get connected, I'm never gonna get in trouble. Like ever. If my knights defend like all these squares. So I don't know. No, you can play queen g5. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the computer does, again, both of the moves are like the top two moves. This time it seems like the computer does slightly prefer knight d7. But okay, f6. I guess this also does enable this maneuver, which could be useful. All right, knight d2. He developed some pieces. Now you developed your knight. He played g4. Yeah, it looks like you have to go back, which is a bit sad. Because I think if you play either of these moves, you're getting your knight trapped. That's what it looks like. Yeah, so you played knight g7. He played king g2. I guess he's just defending the pawn so that his queen can do something. I don't know about king. Oh, he probably wants to go here, but he doesn't want to drop the pawn. That's probably it. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like he needs to get this rook over here. So he should play like some kind of rook lift. I don't know. It's tough. I mean, he's still down a knight, so it's tough being down a knight. Okay, you played king f7. Apparently a mistake. Yeah, I mean, I was wondering if white could do this. Like, when I was trying to come up with a move for white here, I was wondering if maybe this is something white should be playing for. And you kind of made it more possible. But I'm not sure if that's the reason this is bad. I mean, I think white's doing a decent job of making it double-edged. You know, both kings are a little weird, so the material minus for white may not matter as much. Okay, what's he supposed to do? Okay, he played knight f3, which is the best move. I mean, that's a very natural looking move. Also just supporting this a little more if that is something that he should do. I'm not sure that it is. Yeah, I mean, he's also got this next, which is a little scary. But maybe it's not as scary as it looks. Like, you can't stop it. But, okay, like, he can check you and then you move your king, and what's the big deal? So you went all the way back. I guess that's the only option. Because these squares hang your queen directly, and h7 falls for the fork. So you have to play queen h8. And then he played queen d4. Why, though? I don't know why. Probably you meant do note. You were in time trouble. Okay, fair enough. I don't know why he played queen d4. I mean, the thing is, like, I think the king is just going to be able to run over here and be safe. Like, I'd like for this to be a thing, I don't really know what it accomplishes. I'm almost wondering if he should just, like, do this and just go crazy. I kind of feel like he should, because that's just gonna give him actual lines of attack. Yeah, but that doesn't work because he can take with a knight. I looked at that. But I don't think that ever works, does it? And then if you play, you can just take this way. I mean, I guess he has queen takes at the end of that. Maybe something like that. You played knight e6, that seems like a good move. Kicking the queen out. I mean, I guess he can go here. So should he play e5? Was I in the right ballpark there? Yeah, I mean, the computer is just playing moves that kind of chill, but, you know, black's losing, or close to losing. So maybe we can have a philosophical debate about, should black play, like, the computer is suggesting, like, rook f2, rook a e1, knight d4. The question for me is this position bad enough for black, or for white, that white should just go full send and try to, like, you know, try to just make the game really complicated. So this isn't terrible. I mean, like, the computer's giving only -1 right now, which is a little harsh. And after e5, it says -2.4, -2.3. But it says that black should play one of these moves, which maybe black would not. I mean, I guess those moves do a lot. Yeah. So, like, taking is actually bad. Now it's almost equal again. But this move is pretty calm. Although it likes this better. Actually, it likes this much better. Probably Probably that's a bit hard to play because you're hanging this pawn. But it says this is much better. It says this is minus 2.6. It says this is minus 1.4. Yeah, it's just really weird managing this king. It says king g8. But it says FE is also good, knight takes E is also good. Okay, fair enough. D4, wait. Yeah, it plays king g8 here. Yep. Okay, so instead he went here. Knight e6. He went back. What happens if he goes here? His queen's close to getting trapped. So maybe there's some trick. I don't see the trick, but I would be a little scared. So actually black only has one good move here. So he should have done this. Because it's actually pretty easy for black to not be winning anymore. Well, no, I think Zev is saying that white is threatening this, which does look true. So black has to stop that. And there are lots of ways to do it, but only one way is like winning. King e7 is the best move. Yeah, you just have to not fall for this, which I almost fell for. So king e7 is minus 2.3. Queen h6 also stops the threat, but is only minus 1.2. Yeah, because he can do it like this too. Then you got to start defending. And then he gets his knight to this square. So king e7's better. Now if the knight comes here, I guess we just take it. Yep. Okay. Perhaps white realized that, and that's why he went back. I don't know. King e7 was played. Makes sense. The king's going to be a lot safer. You know, probably d7 looks like a good square, I think. Okay, he played d4. Makes sense. He played rook g8. Yeah. I guess we want to play knight g5 and start trying to simplify matters. d4 before all the queen d4 nonsense. Yeah, I mean, the way white played it doesn't make a whole lot of... It's not very consistent. Like, he goes queen d4 and then he just goes back. So yeah, d4 right away does look like it makes a lot more sense. I agree. Alright, and he kicked your knight to the square that it wanted to go to anyway. Yeah, d5 seems pretty bad. Because now this king is even safer. Like, it's very difficult for white to open the king up any further after d5. I think white needed to retain the option of playing for e5. Now that's going to be basically impossible. If these knights get traded, this knight's going to have just a gorgeous home on e5. Doesn't really seem like white can avoid that. He tried to avoid it, but your knight got in there. And I mean, he's got squares too, but they just don't seem as impactful. So rook f5. This is Vindictive's game. How's it going, Lenny? Not real sure what rook f5 does. Yeah, you have a tactic here. Did you play the tactic? You didn't. Does my tactic work? Not queen h3. It's Lenny Bellardo. That's the YouTuber who knows you, Vindictive. Can we not play knight takes h3? Can we do it? And then if queen takes, we take this. Why doesn't that work? Yeah, if rook takes e5, I was just gonna take this. Oh, that's check. Ah, I was gonna take this. Double check. But that is check, that's the problem. Dang, okay. Yeah, good call, Famutron. Although you forgot to put the check, so unclear. You played queen h7, doing something. Not real sure what. I mean, you're sort of pinning the rook, sort of. Now it works here, you claim? What changed that makes it work here? Well, I don't see why that mattered, though. What did f5 have to do with it? So wait, here? Here. Oh, okay, I see why. Yeah, it's queen takes e4, that's why. And then the knight is hanging here. So the knight was on a defended square earlier. And then now it's not. So now knight takes h3, check, takes, check is a fork. We're not done though. Because there's here, take. But it's all coming up black. And if he tries to defend like this, I mean, he's still gonna have something terrible befall him. I don't know exactly what. Here, probably. Then I don't know, this looks good, this looks good. We're still up material somehow, even though we sacked a piece. Well, what else do you suggest, Bouncy? Because, like, I'm taking this. And I already looked at Queen F3. Oh, that's true, they did. Well, we sacked a piece, they sacked an exchange. We were already up a piece. So now we were up an exchange. What's better, like, what other resistance is there than these moves? I mean, I guess, but you can just go here. And then here. Right? But I guess that's better. Yeah, something like that, Vindictive. So were you, like... My question is, had you seen this, like, in this position? I'm guessing not. You were aware of the ideas, but didn't, yeah. It is kind of tough to see that it works. So you instead played Rook H8, just ramping up the pressure here. And he went and defended it. Now knight takes g4 is tempting. But I don't really believe it. Probably like Rook AG8 is good, and then you can start chopping away at stuff. You played knight g6. What's the computer want to do here? Hey, I was right. Rook AG8 is -4. Queen g6 is -4. Queen h4 is -4. It's all -4. Except for what you did, that's -3. $19-minute, yeah, that's tough. 19 minute to 1 minute. At least you had some increment. He ran away. But that seems to concede this pawn, doesn't it? It loses? That's what I know. Oh, because there's Rook H5 I didn't see. True. Yeah, okay, so we can't do that. So if we take, then it looks like this is the refutation. So knight h4. Man, are we regretting this situation yet, by the way? Because I feel like we're regretting it. But maybe you should just, like, abandon, like... I don't know, it is kind of... He can start attacking pretty quickly over here. So that kind of sucks. Yeah, now you have to, like, figure out how to win. I feel like I'd go back and threaten this. Queen g6 probably does something. c4 playing explosively makes sense. Took it. Yeah, but now you can, like, come over here and try to do stuff on that side of the board. Also, this is maybe ostensibly hanging. Can you take that? I guess you can't because of pinning at the end. That's too bad. So you move the king, now you can take it, or you can go rook here. He played e5. I noticed that move was legal. Ow! And then we went to the beginning of the game. I was wondering maybe c5. But, I mean, I guess you can just take this afterwards. So maybe he just figured he's gonna lose the pawn anyway. He didn't want to, like, defend it. How's it going, GZT? King f7 seems good. I mean, maybe we can argue that this is safer. Not on the line with the rook, but I don't know. It says king f7's the best move. Okay, so e5. I don't know why... Oh, well, I mean, okay, he can just trade pawns here, I guess. That does give up a, you know, a check here. Which is actually fairly significant. Is that what happened in the game? You played rook h e8, which also looks good, but this check looks good. He can't... Yeah, I mean, it's getting complicated because he's on this, so... It is tough. Okay, well, he can't go here because you have knight g2 exclam. And the only legal move is to capture, which unpins the pawn, and you win. Now the game's over. So that's a nice perk. He can't move the king. He has to block with something. So I guess blocking with the knight makes the most... I mean, if he blocks with the queen, you trade queens, and you're feeling pretty good, I think. If he blocks with the knight, then you can snip this one also. Yeah, and he's cooked here too, because you have forks. So actually, he has to block with the queen. And now I'm just wondering if there's anything better than just trading. So that might have been the way to alleviate everything. Or I miscalculated. Let's see if I'm right. I guess wait until after this game. There's one other person in front of you, but I don't know if they're still here or not, because I haven't heard from them. So well, it likes rook a to e8 best. It says -4.5. Queen d3 is -4. And yeah, everything I said is true. I think the key thing to see is that this fails to knight g2. That's the critical move. So yeah, he does have to play king or queen e2 here. But it just plays queen g6, and keeps torturing white. Rather than trading queens. I would, especially with no time, I would be very tempted to just trade queens. But I mean, the endgame is a little dicey because he's got two pawns for the knight. So there is some risk to going that route. You wouldn't do queen g6. Yeah, that would be kind of hard to play after like a tactical sequence. Okay, so it said you went here. It preferred the A rook. I'm not real sure why, but it does prefer the A rook quite a bit. Thanks for following Impozo. Welcome to the stream. So what's bad about this move? It says rook a to e8 is -5. This is only -3. So it says take this. That's pretty believable. This is also what happened in the game. Now it says best is king g8. You played rook e7, which sort of seems like the more human move. So I guess this is the reason, is because in this position, the computer says, and your opponent played queen g3. And now you've got a problem with this knight. So it was better to bring the A rook over earlier and leave the rook on h8 to keep defense of the knight. That's not really easy to see. It does sort of feel like you want this rook defending the pawn, so... Okay. So yeah, this all happened. And you got tricky here. You played knight e4. But that looks like we're just giving away our 2 knights for the rook, right? So now the material is a lot less clear. Yeah, I mean, I don't, like, especially with no time on my clock, I wouldn't even be sure that, like, I mean, who's playing for a win here? I don't even know. That doesn't seem clear at all. White has 3 extra pawns. Thanks for following. Welcome to the stream, John So. Like, if I were white and I was up, like, 15 minutes on it, like, the time situation looks like was probably about 10 minutes to 1 minute, I would feel like I had pretty reasonable chances to win the game. And it's kind of... It's going to be difficult for white to lose because you don't really have any prospects of creating a passed pawn. Skim over the rest. They flagged. Oh, interesting. So you played check. Yeah, it looks like he has to play king g2, but that's also the most natural move. Now rook a e8 would threaten this. Could be good. You took the pawn. That's a better move. Taking the pawn. He defended his pawn, getting ready to push the passer. You got behind it, or in front of it, whichever. Yeah, rook a e8 is better. Creating threats. Yeah, rook a e8 just threatens to win the game immediately. And he actually has to play rook d4, according to the computer, to stay in the game. He can play rook d2, which I think is a lot easier move for a human to find. But the computer says it's -2 there. So rook d4 is actually the only way to keep the game about equal. d6. Yeah, I mean, I can understand some level of fear there. Not having much time to calculate. So here... And then I guess we're afraid of this line. I guess that's what we're afraid of. So what happens? I mean, can we just win in the most direct of ways? We just need to figure out how to get our queen here, and then we're all... Well, I don't want to say we're all good, but... I don't know. This is blunder. I can believe it. I kind of don't know what I want to do with black here. Yeah, it says this is zeros. Okay, so yeah, there is some reason to be afraid. So do we have to just blockade? We can't go in for our... No, it says rook e2 wins. And then takes... I saw queen c2, I just wasn't, like, understanding why it's so good. So let's just play the most direct way. Yeah, white's, it says white's just getting mated, which, I mean, is not hard to believe. Yeah, now obviously if he goes to the D file, we just win the house. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that it's necessary to see all that. You can probably just conclude. I mean, it's a little risky to just make that jump, but you could probably conclude that, like, if he does this, that king's gonna get mated. Because his pieces just don't defend. But it's not easy in time trouble, and yeah, it's scary to make that assumption. Nah, you can, I'll allow it, you can conclude it. But I wouldn't be happy about it, but... I mean, that's the only way to win, so... So you either gotta conclude it, or you gotta calculate it. Because that's the only winning sequence, like from... Well, okay, this wasn't exactly played, but... From here, the only winning move is rook e2. And if he goes into that line, then queen c2 wins and everything else draws. Well, we're not quite done yet, John. So in the game he played rook d8, which is a lot safer, but also worse. But it still gives a small edge to black. We're on this pawn. G5 was played for some reason. Threatening F6. Yeah, that's sort of annoying. Yeah, pretty annoying. So I guess Rook D6. You checked. Oh, and he blocked, so now there's not a threat there. That's kind of nice of him. Yeah, now we can just take D5. And we're threatening G5. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, this is getting scary. Because if you go here, like, the guy starts doing all this stuff to you. I guess I would play... King E8. Oh, you can take the pawn. I didn't see that was legal. I would definitely do that. Okay, well now, like, probably some attacking idea. I don't know what it is. You went back, no checks. Except for that one. And then some checking happened. So this is just time scramble stuff. You were like, let's trade queens? Which is, I mean... I guess you should win this in-game. It's gonna be tough for him to defend this pawn. But I guess you should win it. So he's like, nah. King G7. And then you won on time here. Are we even winning? It says black's probably winning. The more it thinks, the more it likes black, so black's probably winning. It's giving -3 now, so we'll call it a win. That is kind of surprising that he flagged when it's a +30 game. 30-second increment. Yeah, so it says King F1 is the best move. And then it suggests Queen E3. But I guess you're still just going to get checked a billion times and have to figure out what to do. Yeah, it's pretty bad to flag in 30-second increment. Probably, like... Because white was way ahead on the clock for most of the game. White was up like 19 minutes to 2 or something like that. So probably once white started, like white never really got into time trouble gear, but black was like living in it. So I've had that happen to me before too, where like I'm in time trouble first and my opponent's relaxed, but then when they get to time trouble, it's like I'm amped, like, you know, I'm ready for it, you know? All right, so that was a pretty good game. There were some interesting tactics that could happen in the middle game. I wonder, like white didn't have to sack this piece. White could have just been, you know, normal, and then the game would have been very different. But the computer says sacking the piece is best. But that just feels, you know, feels like a risky way to play, but that's how some people like to do it. Okay, so for the next game is the Taken Name. Are you still here? That was kind of a long game review, so you might not still be here. I don't know, but I think he said he whispered me the game. So if he's still here, we'll do his game. That's what I'm saying, Thaddeus. But the computer says it's correct. Now it says these are like equal. They're both minus 0.3. Okay, so if oh wait, Thaddeus sent me a game too, I think. First PGN, no good. All right, let's look at Thaddeus's game. And then we'll do John So's game next. I didn't realize that Thaddeus had already sent me a game. All right. Copy, paste, engage rotor. Let's see. Go fast. I'll try. Sometimes I get carried away. What color was Thaddeus, the original Mad Ladius? He was white. Okay. Oh, okay. I can do that. I like laughing. Okay, so Thaddeus was white, playing against an 1800. What was the time control? This looks like it was an OTB game. Time control was 90 plus 30. And this was played... Was this actually played today, or that's a lie? I'm gonna guess that that was a lie. Also, how's the national championship game doing? I forgot about that. Michigan's winning by a lot. Okay. All right. Refresh. So that I get the graph. All right, so it looks like Thaddeus should have won, but he didn't. All right. I know this opening. Okay, but he plays a different Grunfeld line. Yeah, but it says 1.8, which is today. So that's why I was confused. It says UTC date 2024-1/8. Oh, but then at a different place it says date 24-1/7. So, yeah, I don't know. I'll take your word for it that you know when the game was played. Okay, so yeah, I don't know this Grunfeld line. I'm not going to be able to say much, probably. This seems sort of, like, incompatible to me because, like, the way I do it is I take, and then when they take, you get e4, and then you got these pawns. So the way Thaddeus did it, e3, then take... Like, I'm like, well, let's play e4, but that's just wasting a tempo. So apparently in this line, you trade knights. Ben hates e4 in all the chessable lines. Yeah, e4, well, if he did it here, it would waste a tempo. Black got to play this for free. Compared to this position. But okay, this is just some different line. How's it going, Camel? 92. And knight c3. Queen d8. I mean, I guess this looks like it deprives Black of his usual fun. But maybe it doesn't. I mean, he's still going to play c5, right? He played c5 right away. Yeah, and I guess if you take it, you're not really going to be up. It's not much of a pawn to be up, because he's going to take this. Oh, you could take with the knight here, that's true. I didn't consider that. I was thinking like this, but then you could do this, and it's not much of a pawn to be up, but I guess it's better to take with the knight. Then you are up a pawn, but the computer actually prefers black. Don't ask me why. I mean, white's gonna have a little trouble untangling these pieces. Seems hard to believe that black's better, though. But it says this gives black a small edge. Okay, well that didn't happen. D5 makes sense. Space is the final frontier. B6 seems a little sus. All the cool kids play E6. Yeah, seems good for white. A6? What's the point of A6? Computer says A6 is like the top move. So I assume black was cheating because I don't understand A6, but the computer says it's good. Hello, Northern Champ. It says knight d7, queen d6, and a6 are all about +1. That's true, Vindictive. Was that someone following? Thanks, Northern Champ. Welcome to the stream. Okay, I don't get why, like, do these moves matter? I don't see why they matter. No engine? Ugh, fine. I already ran the engine, so... I guess I can hide it. I don't think I'm gunning for 2200 today. I'm just gonna look at other people's games. But how's it going, Infinite Potato? Alright, I don't get a6, but whatever. Queen c2 makes sense. Oh, nice, Northern Champ. He played b5, which I guess was his point. I don't know, man. I still don't really get it. Like, I get that black wants to play on the queen side, but what about developing your knight and your rook? He beat it in him. Man, I hope Camel didn't hear that. Thaddeus develops pieces. Now he developed his knight. Rook f d1. These moves look pretty, like, you know, standard. H5 seems kind of crazy. I don't get H5 either. I am very, very, very far from a GM. I'm as far as you can be. My USCF rating's about 1750. Yeah, H5 seems really silly. Like, in fact, there are some Grunfeld lines that I have in my book where white's the one doing this and trying to, like, crack it open. So I think black softening up his king is... I mean, I just don't even see the upside of it. Like, I don't know what that move is designed to do. And it could just be making the king weaker later, so... Ben said it was the worst move ever. Yeah, it seems like probably pretty far up there. Yeah, bishop g4 wasn't really a threat. Okay, you played f4. Super aggressive. I was wondering if I could play here. And then try to get, you know, something cooking. But then, like, he can block here, so it probably doesn't work. I was trying to make something like that work. F4 makes some sense. I like playing F4 when the bishop's already on this diagonal, keeping the king safe. And I mean, you're kind of just looking to roll him over somehow. Yeah, it does take away squares also. He went in there, which also looks terrible. Can you play knight takes b5? No, because this is check. I keep forgetting when things are check. It's fairly tempting to sack this exchange though, and then like laugh at these dark squares. But maybe he can just play h6 and survive. I mean, it's easier for me to sack your pieces than mine. You played queen d3. You were flipping a coin? Well, you said no analysis, but I'm gonna turn on the computer. See what the computer says. Computer says queen d2 or queen d3 are the only good moves. Taking this is equal. That kind of surprises me because it looks like it wins a pawn. Ah, but this is hanging, that's the problem. Okay, never mind. And this, now black's better. Also because this pawn's hanging. Alright, I'll turn the engine back off. Okay, so you just defended the bishop. Makes sense. He traded it. Like, I don't know, like, yeah, I don't know why black is so happy to do this. Like, he's, you know, he's the one with dark square, especially now, like, you can play f5 and try to get in there. Queen a5 I also don't get. I guess he's threatening b4. But like, is queen takes a2 even that good if he's allowed to get it? It might just not be that good. I mean, f5 definitely seems like a candidate. You got to be a little careful, you're giving away e5. I think f5 looks good though, because I'm also, here's what I'm toying with. What was played in the game? Queen g3. Okay, here's what I want to do. I want to play f5. And then what move are you going to make with black? Okay, so you want to play knight e5? Okay, I'd take that. That's what I want to do. But I don't know if I can. That's just what I want to do. I feel like you're not going to enjoy life if you take that bishop. Although your knight here does stop my rook from coming in the most natural path. So it could be that I'm too slow here. But I can't do rook d3. At least a draw, yes. But I want more than that. All right, am I crazy? It says F5 is the best move. Okay, I'm actually smart for once. It says this is best. But it says other moves are good too, like Rook F1, Queen takes C5, which was just undefended, which nobody thought about. Well, Rieg's got that, yeah. I mean, that's a much safer way to just secure an advantage. But that's not fun. Like, come on, look, Bishop H5. It's flashy, right? Is it ever going to do anything other than queen checks? Oh, it's eventually just taking this. I want to just like get my rook over here. Is that so crazy? Yeah, in every line, it's always just taking this pawn rather than trying to do some kind of like rook thing. It says this is winning too. It is slow, I admit, it's slow. But, I mean, it does say this is +5. This is Black's defensive idea according to the computer. And then it says here, and I guess if you move, then I just, like, unpin. So now it goes here. Okay, we won't get too far down the computer rabbit hole. But... yeah. I mean, I think I sort of agree with the premise that, like... this might work, but it's not really necessary when we can just take this one. Like, if this works, then we took a pawn. But, like, this also takes a pawn, and it definitely works. So, I do agree that this would be a lot safer. Anyway, none of that happened. Because he played queen g3, sort of preparing everything, preparing this, preparing that. Okay, Black unpins. And now e5. I like e5. Because we have kind of a big idea of bishop d3, e6 is what I'm looking at. I'm trying to undermine this g6 pawn. That looks hard to meet. You can't play e6 because I just take it. And you can't take back because this is hanging and your knight's hanging. And you're getting mated. So, yeah, this looks kind of tough for Black. Because you can't play e6, and I'm... like, I think I'm playing e6... maybe I played bishop d3 first, but... yeah. It looks like he's just dead here, because I don't even know what do you play, like... I mean, you can play b4 to kind of disrupt White's flow, but... are you really improving matters? If you let my knight join the fun? This pawn seems to be of no consequence, like... pretty bad. And it could be that I could even, like, just sacrifice, like, b4 here takes... like, I don't know if I can actually do all that stuff. That's a little crazy, but... he played f5. Unclear if Thaddeus knows the en passant rule. But also unclear if that should actually be done. I'm still looking at this, but, I mean, I might be crazy. Yeah, I still like it. I mean, takes. Queen G5. I mean, it's looking really strong. With rook coming, and this is hanging, and this is hanging. But again, it's easier for me to sack your pieces. Queen G5 first is probably more sane. Bishop H5 always winning, yeah. Queen G5 makes a lot more sense. He defended that, but that doesn't really stop Bishop H5. Now, though, I would probably just play Rook D3 first. I mean, unless, like, H4 is somehow... I guess you still just play Bishop H5. Maybe, or you play Rook... You play Rook H3 first. I mean, it's not good. This looks totally dead. How did you draw this game? Okay, you did take it. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's a reason to prepare it first. Now you have to just move the bishop, it looks like. But that's not how you roll. Fair enough. Okay, so I assume he took the bishop. He didn't. What happens if he takes the bishop? Check. 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 This would be a fun way for the game to end. The only other option is here. Okay, so he can't take the bishop. So he went there. Sort of entombing his own king a little bit. Well, but I guess he's gonna try to slither away that way. So you took. Look there. Threatening this and something here. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like maybe... Maybe there was better. Like, maybe we just, we just, like, come back. We just defend our guy. And then we win later. Like, we'll win later, won't we? FM stream, welcome to the stream. Queen ZH5. Oh, so I guess you're saying that we should go here. Because if he takes, we take with the queen, and we pick up that guy. I admit I only looked at rook takes. I admit it. That looks true. So here, yeah, he can't really take the bishop. And I mean, maybe we can even get away with taking this. Maybe. Yeah, it's looking good. And welcome, Zamalik. Retreat the bishop to g4. Okay, you took right away. Created this little pin and this stuff, that stuff. You just unpinned, but now you can take the rook, the knight, and you're on even more stuff. We take the rook? What's the problem? Why not? Why didn't he go here? I guess, I mean, okay. I mean, we're just murdering him. I'm not here to debate the fact that we're murdering him. So, I mean, this might be the best move, but like, dude, your rook's hanging. He didn't even take it. What a monster. Is black, like, threatening something that I don't see? Yeah, why don't you take this rook? Like... Yeah, I don't like there's some things to think about, but I mean, this is super well defended. Not to mention we're like on this right away. We got 5 connected past pawns, like. So yeah, this seems a little crazy. So I don't know what's happening. Like, are both players just like, I mean, I guess maybe he can't move the rook. Can he go here? Maybe this was Thaddeus's intention. But we're kind of just trading stuff, which I mean is fine. Like, we could do it this way. And then we win with our million pawns. So I guess something like that, he didn't like it. C4 was check. Oh, okay, that's true. All right, that is true. I'll accept that answer. But I mean, yeah, like we could just let that happen. Like that's probably gonna like, I mean, surely we're just totally winning. But I mean, I can understand not allowing any counterplay. So okay, Rook H3 I won't be too critical of. Although Thaddeus says it's a huge blunder. Okay, so he went Bishop C8. Which, I mean, yeah, it still just looks totally toast for black. Like, we could just take, he takes, we get this, we make a queen, like, we don't even have to take, you know. That's what happens. Okay, we gotta defend this. Is the only thing. So, I mean, we just got to decide which of these is better. We still got to think about C4 coming. I think I like Rook C2, and then after C4, just play Rook F2. No, that's awful, because then Rook takes. Never mind. Yeah, I just, like, lost the game. So I guess I like G3. It is scary. It's pretty... The more I look, the more scared I am. I guess I like Rook C2. What did he play? He played Rook C2. And then after C4, I'll just play G3. Because what I didn't like if I play g3, check here, queen f2 is like so annoying. So yeah, rook c2 just to stop queen f2. Oh, but he went here. Okay, I mean that also seems fine, or probably, right? Queen e3 is kind of annoying. Yeah, queen e3 is kind of annoying. Rook c2 is a blunder, dang. I saw we could give a check, I just wasn't sure what we were accomplishing. Okay, wait, let me look at Laszlo Damas's line. Queen d8 check. Doesn't that hang a queen? You mean queen e8 check, because then you played queen... Yeah, you meant queen e8 check. Queen e8 check. King h7, queen f7, rook g7. Okay, but what if he goes here? Like that, I mean, that seems agreeable. Although he does have this. No, but that doesn't. No, that matters, because this is still pinned. So that may not work. But also he could go here. I was kind of wondering about something like that, Camel. Queen takes g6 is annoying, though. True. Man, so somehow black, like, bamboozled us. Okay, what are we actually supposed to do here? Another crazy idea I was entertaining until I realized it was incredibly stupid, but along the lines of, like, Camel's, you know, stuff, was like, what about knight a4? And then if he takes... Oh, for some reason I thought I could take that, but that's not how queens move. But obviously this would just kill us anyway. So none of that works in any way, shape, or form. Queen takes e7. Okay, I'm sorry, yeah. Oh, because it was this position that I was looking at. Well, yeah, where I was like, what if I do this and then take this? But he could just take here. So you claim knight e4 is the only winning move? I did wonder if we could just ignore that we're getting killed on g2, but I didn't want to do it. So, did we already figure out what's wrong with this? What happened in the game? Right, this is the problem. Agreed. Because we gotta stop all of these moves. We might be entering camel territory. Of, like, check, take the rook, and take this. Okay, but let's look at the winning line instead. This was the last chance in the game. So 94 wins. And then after, it says c4 check is the best, and then we can block knight c5. or queen c5. Both are good. I guess black's just out of threats. And even though his king is like preposterously weak, we don't actually have to do anything. Like if we can just queen a pawn, it's going to be completely devastating. I don't know that we can do that right away because like queen c6 might be annoying. But, you know, we'll do something. We'll queen this pawn maybe. Okay, and then I guess it's sort of similar here. There's just not really a threat here. And the knight's doing a good job keeping the queen from ever infiltrating. Yeah, so we kind of just have to get over our fears on g2. Easier said than done. And yeah, bishop takes is also not really a problem. Because yeah, we have this. Now it says the best move is queen takes. That's pretty tough. It's tough when that's the best move. Okay, tough stuff. So let's see how the game ended pretty quickly from here, it looks like. So yeah, we got to here. Hello, Christina. Check. Did he do it? Oh, he just... Okay, so it was just a perpetual. Can black play for the win? I mean, the computer says all zeros, but can he play for the win? I guess not because of check. But we can't take that because then we're getting mated. Okay, I guess maybe the problem, if there is a problem, is we could go here. I don't know, is that true though? Because he can... No, this ain't no good. Can't do it like that. But, I mean, we could just keep checking him. We could just keep perping him. I guess that's what we do. Can't allow queen h4 check? Yeah, we can. It's still zeros. He just goes back, and you can't do anything. Now, it says that... Wow. So white actually can play for a win here. White can play for a win with knight d1. And now there's no back rank check. I mean, that's still like... It's crazy for white to even be thinking that, I think, but... Now this line doesn't work. Because there's no check here, which was needed. The queen guards that check. Now white's winning. So, yeah, you actually could do this and play for the win with knight d1. I mean, this is a pretty reasonable way to play, because black actually only has 2 moves here. But they're not too hard. Yeah, this is too risky to do. You were gonna play knight d1? That's brave. But yeah, black didn't allow any of that. So black just kept the king on the G file, and they checked like that. But yeah, I don't know. This is kind of crazy. So black needs to either play queen e4 or queen d3. Queen e4 makes the most sense to me because it creates like basically mate threats. And you're also on the rook. Queen d3, you're on the rook and the knight. Yeah, I mean, basically, black just has to create some big threat. And then white just goes back to perping black. Both sides' kings are just too weak to continue the game. You're on the bubble for prize money. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely worth doing. I don't think I'd even find that, like, that stops black's threats enough, you know, for me to be playing. If you can do nothing else, centralize your queen. Yeah, so after, like, I don't know, both of these moves are pretty scary looking. And yeah, you just have to go back and start checking him again, and just take the same perpetual. So knight d1 is like something of a try. I mean, knight d1 is worth playing because you sort of know that you have this perp in your back pocket. Like after knight d1, sorry, this move hangs mate. After knight d1, like the queen's attacked. The queen, I guess the only move you have to like somewhat think about is this because it stops the perp, but then you can just take the bishop. Wait, no you can't because that's hanging mate. Take the bishop with the queen. And then you win. So there's no risk to playing knight d1, you just have to like understand that ahead of time. Okay, so that was a good game. Now let's go back to see around here what was going on. Bishop takes g6 is the best move. And then this is fine. It says rook h3 is better, but taking on f5 is fine. White's still winning. And then this is where white screwed up. Yeah, he should just take the rook. And this move, now it's actually a draw. Bishop c8 was the right move. Huh. I mean, he played a fine move, taking the rook. The computer's also suggesting to do the... I guess it just doesn't change anything. Like, you're gonna lose this rook one way or the other. But okay, equal. Oh, actually, this is better. Well, okay, it may not matter. Now he actually has to play c4. Taking this, now he's losing again. Okay, so why? I mean, this is just the tempo worse for black. Black should get the move c4 in. I mean, it's just the tempo better. Because basically what happened in the game was white... Well, what should have happened in the game but didn't is that white got the move to play knight e4 here. Whereas this could have already been on the board, and then black's generating a lot of threats, and like queen f2, you know. So that's actually a fairly big miss from black. I mean, maybe he thought about it, but was just like, did my camera just die? Is that what happened? No. My computer made the sound like something disconnected, but I don't know what did. Also, the storms are hitting. I don't know if you guys could hear that thunder, but it was pretty loud. Did my internet go down? I don't think so. Doesn't look like it. Alright, we'll assume everything's fine. Okay, so it could be that black just thought white's king is on a bad square here because of this pin. I mean, I guess that's what he thought, because if you play this and the king moves, like now ostensibly, like, you're gonna lose your bishop. But this is actually the way to draw, because you're creating this threat. And now again, it looks like white just has to accept a perp. And now I'm wondering, yeah, now we have to give this check. This loses. Threatening mate. Yeah, and we're just gonna trade queens. And then white wins because of all the pawns. So you have to go back here and accept the perp. Yet again. Again, this loses. Because we can slide here and stop the mate threat. Wow, okay. So there was some tricky stuff going on there. So I gotta give, like, basically Thaddeus was crushing the whole game. And yeah, what are we supposed to do here? Queen h4. We can always do this sacrifice. Oh, right, we looked at this, yeah. So Thaddeus was basically just crushing the whole game. But I have to give black credit for Queen b6, which I just, like, totally missed the whole point of. To try to get some counterplay. That actually made it pretty tricky. And white has to find some brave calculation to, like, let black take this, you know, or have some other stuff. So, very interesting game. Good game. Okay, I need to take a short break. And then, yeah, we can look at your game next, John, so. Did you already message it to me? No, you didn't. So, send me a whisper on Twitch. Or you can put it in the chat, I guess. Whatever you want to do. But yeah, we'll look at your game next. I'm just going to take about a 2 or 3 minute break. And then we'll do that. So, oh man, there's actually a lot of people online we can watch. Let's watch Chess Network. Go Jerry. And yeah, I'll be back momentarily. Let me do the stuff I gotta do to take a break. There we go. All right, looks like I'm pretty good on water. Now let's check what happened in the football game. Probably Michigan won, or it's like 2 minutes left. Okay, yeah, Michigan won easily. And now let's check the weather to make sure I'm not getting tornadoed. Weather Channel is always so dramatic. Severe danger. Storms likely for the next several hours. Localized flooding is possible. I can live with that. You sit in your game. All right. Let's get back on this scene. How's it going, Lawful Waffle? Who made Lawful Waffle a viewer? Yeah. All right. Okay, so John, do you want to give us the background to this game? It looks like it was a game that was played on Lichess. What color are you? You're black, okay. Alright, so our hero is black. This was a 10-0 game played on Lichess a few days ago. Alright, and black's about 2000 rated. And white's about 1925. And by about, I mean exactly. Okay. You're 2030, nice. Okay, so it was a Dutch. An opening I know little about. Bishop f4 I don't think is... I mean, it's not what I play, so I assume it's terrible. Yeah, it's not very common. Only about 3% of the games in the master database. Scores reasonably well for white. I mean, the Dutch is theoretically kind of suspect, so I guess a lot of moves are going to score well. Yeah, I played g3 and fianchetto and c4 and knight f3. And then I never know what to do with this bishop, so... Anyway, he played bishop f4. Probably he's a London cuck. And he's just doing his London stuff. Well, I don't know if that really counts as a Catalan. But it is similar, I guess. Okay, you played knight f6, that makes sense. e3, yeah, he's just doing London stuff. And you did g6, reminiscent of the Leningrad Dutch. The computer prefers d6. Okay, and he put his knight on d2 for some reason. I don't know why. But presumably he had a reason. But maybe he didn't. I don't know, I would want to play c4 and knight c3. That looks better. But the computer just plays knight c3 directly. So what's wrong with this? There's nothing wrong with it. It just likes developing faster or better, I guess. Bishop f4 is the worst playable setup. Nice. Actually, in the master database, out of 66 games, 45 of them featured h4. And remember, I have the master database filtered since 2010, so... Okay, so knight d2 seems a little weird. Bishop g7 makes sense. Knight f3 makes sense, although the computer now says it's just equal. Castles make sense. Okay, yeah, he's just clearly a London cuck. He's not actually thinking about what he's doing. He's just putting his pieces on London squares. Like, c3 is just totally nonsensical. I mean, the computer says it's tied for the best move, but... I mean, come on. Okay, you played d5. I sort of don't like the look of that. Because you're giving away this square, which is sort of big. He's got pieces that can go there. And I mean, I think you really want to play d6 and try to play e5. That's the pawn break you want, is e5. But now you've made it basically completely impossible to ever play. So I don't like d5. I mean, yeah, e5 is going to take some prep work. You're going to have to, like, get the rook over or get the knight here or something. But yeah, d5 seems bad. Generally talk bad about him, yeah. It says king h8 is best. I don't know if I believe that. I mean, like, I get that he can check us, but okay, if he checks us, then I'll do king h8. I don't know, I don't feel worried, but the computer is better than me, so. It says king h8 or knight c6 are the best moves, and then d6 is third best. I don't know, I'd play d6 all day. I think I'm just not smart enough to understand, like people say this, they're like, I played this move because, like, now this isn't check. But I'm like, this is one tempo, this is one tempo. It's like, it's not like you're saving a tempo by doing one before the other. The only difference would be, like, if this were coordinating with, like, a knight here, and then you get to, like, jump in here, you know what I mean? So, since I don't see anything coordinating, I mean, okay, I guess he could do this next, and then I'm wrong, but, yeah, I don't know. Okay, so d5 happened. h3 doesn't seem very good to me either. My engine's not working. I gotta have the engine working or I won't be able to pretend like I understand things. Okay, now it's working. Yeah, I don't like h3 because I don't get it. I don't know why that move was played. I don't think we were threatening to do this. I guess maybe he just wants to be able to... Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I know why it was played. He's a London cock. I forgot about that. They like to be able to, you know, their bishop can come back. So there wasn't, like, thought behind the move. That's just, like, what he does. I would like h4 better, probably. That's his system, exactly. How's it going, Cheesy? e6. Yeah, I mean, I guess e6 is fine. I just hate that we played d5. I don't really know why e6 is helping us that much. Like, I think we should just develop our pieces. I mean, it probably doesn't matter, but, like, now you can also get pinned. I don't think that matters, but e6 doesn't feel very useful to me. It is Lichess rating. These are Lichess rapid ratings. It's a setup, it's prep. Well, I don't think that's really true, because I don't see any games in the master database. And then when I turn on the engine, e6 actually is one of the top moves. d5 is the computer's first choice, which does feel more correct. So, I mean, e6 isn't bad. But yeah, I don't really buy that it's prep, because, like, white is sort of like, white's not playing into your prepped line, white's ignoring you and doing his setup. So you're playing a setup against his setup. I don't like it. You gotta play against what he's doing, and he should play against what you're doing. Also, I just don't buy that d5 is the right move. like ever. So it can't be prep, because d5 shouldn't be in your prep. But okay, e6. There's nothing wrong with e6. I just feels like there should be something more constructive. Yeah, and I don't like c6 either, because now, I mean, this bishop's horrible. It's like you're playing a Stonewall, except for it's even like worse of a Stonewall, because these pawns are also like sometimes in the Stonewall the bishop comes over here and can actually be good, but now you can't do that, and your knight can't go to that square. So yeah, I don't much like it. What's this clip? Oh, it's the London cuck thing. Yeah. Well, I mean, that is why. He played g4. I don't like that either. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, he should just be normal. He should like get his guy out and castle. How's it going, Chilato? That would be funny if black plays the London as white. That would be funny. Can you confirm, John So? Okay, yeah, g4 seems kind of ridiculous. But I mean, it might not be that ridiculous. Well, I'm not saying that you're playing bad, but, you know, everybody's got stuff they can improve on. You like g4, Camel? I can't, like, prove that it's bad. It just seems like if I'm black, like, I don't think black should really take. So I guess if black shouldn't take, then it can't be that bad. But I don't know. Why can't white be normal? Why can't he follow through with his London cuck plan and castle? Knight bd7 I like. I don't... Okay, taking's probably fine, I guess. Now he developed his bishop. I mean, I think this is better, because I don't know what the bishop's doing here. And there could be some plan to break with h5. So I don't like the bishop there. You jumped the knight in. That seems reasonable. I mean, I'm still like worried about all of his pieces. No, I mean, your move's good. I like it. I was thinking maybe I wanted this knight to help fight for e5, but I mean, I guess I'm okay just trading all this stuff. I don't have any qualms. He traded for you. That was nice of him. Don't know why he... Well, okay, I guess he didn't want to mess up his pawns. You get some free development. We still gotta... We really gotta work on this guy, though. This is not helping. Okay, and he played knight takes e4, which looks horrible. And the computer says it's a blunder, so I know it's horrible. So yeah, this just completely opens up your position. You take with the f-pawn, and the rook and the bishop suddenly have purpose. And you're got a big grip on the center. So that was a completely horrible move from white. Rook takes f4. Let's see. It does say rook takes f4 was best. I don't really blame you for not playing rook takes f4. It's not too hard to believe. I probably would be reluctant too, though. There's one game in the queue, sort of, but I don't know. I don't think the guy's here anymore, so it might be empty. So you played Queen H4, which is very tempting, but you know he can just play Bishop G3, and that seems to kind of refute your move. So I mean, I totally believe that like Black couldn't possibly be any worse here. Because, I mean, these pawns are just all very weak, and we're just going to attack them pretty easily. But I'm not saying I would pull the trigger on it. I will, yeah, I mean, you can, yeah, as long as, I just need a PGN, it doesn't matter where it was played. And yeah, you can just post a link, but wait until after this game. Because I don't want to have to scroll up to find it. Okay. So you went here instead. I probably wouldn't be brave enough to do this. So I'm trying to decide what I would do instead, because I also probably wouldn't do this because Bishop G3 looks too comfortable. So what would I do? I don't know, there's nothing that looks too inspiring. So maybe I would do this just because I don't see another other move that I like. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you could play some queen move that doesn't do anything. Maybe I would do it. Because it's kind of hard to get any play going if you don't do it. Because this bishop here just glues everything together. I did see Queen B6 was legal. Queen B6, yeah. He'll defend it somehow. But Queen B6 is an idea. You're back to being banned in Christina's chat? Dang. Yeah, so the exchange sack is best. But your move's fine too. Black's still better. Okay, you have to move the queen again. He played Queen E2. Okay. Ooh, I don't know. That doesn't seem... Again, it's kind of like I don't know what I would do, but I don't want to trade queens because I feel like my king is safe. And it's a little less clear if white's king is going to be safe. Because if he castles over here, it's already a little airy. If he castles over here, then I can start playing on the queen side pretty quickly. So it doesn't seem right to allow a queen trade when his king's still in the center and it's not really clear how it's going to get safe. And, I mean, well, that's not completely true, baby, but baby B. But it's often true. I mean, the thing here is white's advantage is more like, okay, white has, you could kind of classify an advantage as either static or dynamic. So black has a static advantage in that he controls the center better. He has this big pawn on e4. He's controlling more space. Like, these things are going to be true whether it's a middle game or an end game or whatever. Like, they just exist. Static advantage. But black also potentially has a dynamic advantage in the sense that he has more attacking prospects. So by playing queen f3, you're sort of giving away the dynamic advantage. You still have some static advantage. The only reason I say this is because, like, your statement, you don't want to trade when you have a positional advantage. That's not entirely true, because if your positional advantage is like basically entirely static and your opponent has some dynamic chances, then you probably do want to trade. And then you have an advantage and they don't. So it's, you know, only a Sith deals in absolutes, so be careful with that. How's it going, J-Law? J-Law also put it quite succinctly. He is way better than me, so there's that too. B5 or A5 I like as moves. I was kind of thinking I would make a waiting move here to see if black's gonna castle queenside before I start doing that. But the more I think about it, I don't know what the downside is to playing one of those moves, so I might just do it anyway. Castle Oasis Chess, thanks for following. Rook f7, bishop f8, bishop d6. Yeah, that seems like a pretty decent idea. Just to try to crack his defensive f2. Okay, so yeah, this isn't the right direction. Actually, the computer just says it's completely equal. I don't have the computer on, but the annotations are in there. And according to the computer annotations, h5 is the best move. Wouldn't consider that, but... Okay, so they traded. Now it's a lot harder for black to prove an advantage. I guess that's true, but do we even care if he long castles? I mean, I guess we care. I guess it's better if he doesn't castle. I would have to, like, really convince myself that h5 isn't creating too big of a weakness on g6. But... Okay. Okay, castling is, I think, pretty bad from him. He should want his king in the center of the board. I mean, the only way that I mean, unless he just has some problem with this pawn, which is going to be true if he castles or not. Like, he should play here or here, I think. Castling doesn't make a whole lot of sense because his king is just going to have to run back here someday. You played bishop h6, that looks good. Now you're threatening to sack the exchange again? Maybe. He defended it, wow. Okay, rook af8 looks pretty natural. I mean, I guess the real threat here was bishop takes, but we won't discuss that. So him defending makes a lot of sense. All right, you doubled up. Okay, he pushed his pawn so his rook doesn't have to sit and defend it. Now your bishop can sort of maneuver into some squares, though. You took this, which, I mean, I don't hate. It doesn't really seem necessary, though. Like, I think this is just an easy improving move that you could make. And he can't move his bishop he can't move his bishop because you're gonna take this, so you can always do this later if the position calls for it. So unless there's some reason that we need to do it right now, but I don't see the reason we need to do it right now. But I mean, I'm sure that's, like, fine, because after rook f3, you know, he's got a lot of weaknesses. Bishop g4, bishop e1. Oh, I see. That's true. I mean, it seems fine. It might even be best just to try to create some play. What part of always sack the exchange didn't understand? Thaddeus, didn't your game feature an exchange sack that would not have worked had it have been played? King d2. I mean, okay. That seems... I don't know, I'm wondering if we get anything out of rook check. We probably don't. I mean, my point was that if he goes here, I can take this. Oh wait, no I can't. That only works if this is a queen. Ignore me. Okay, so we should just take g3, which is what you did. Okay. So now if it were Thaddeus, he would sack another exchange. I guess I'd play g5, but I'm not, like, thrilled about it. You took, but I wouldn't be thrilled about that either. No one talks about the rook pair. That's true. King g7 looks like a good move. Pushing does create a passer. I think I would push. I don't know, it just feels kind of weird. It says everything's zeros. It doesn't matter. Okay, that's actually not zeros. Because now it wants to go after the pawn. I guess that is sort of a tricky pawn to defend in the long run. Although, is it? Is it so bad? Yeah, it just sucks that I can't move my bishop. I would have to, like, get this here. And even then, when I move my bishop, he's just going to play h6, so... Okay, I can't really hang on to it, so... So we can't push. Taking's good, king g7's good. You gave him a check? I do like this, though. I didn't notice this possible tactic. So by taking and drawing his rook to h5, that's a somewhat vulnerable square. Now he doesn't have the luxury of blocking with the rook, because you can just take it and then pick off this rook. So that's a compelling reason to take. J-Law agrees. Rook e2 blunder of the century. He played king c1. He knew what was up. I mean, it's not a cheap tactic. I mean, it, like, sort of, but, like, would you not agree that white would prefer to block with the rook? But now he can't do it, so, like, it's... Like, it's better than it was because of a tactic, but it's still good, like, on its own. Okay. Now you played bishop g5. That seems like a good move. And we can just, like, stabilize things here. Rook h1. Rook g3 going after the pawn. His king can come defend, and that's what happened. Then you played bishop g4, creating some kind of gun. Yeah, I mean, again, I guess the point is, if we get this check, he can't block here. I don't know. I mean, I think it seems like Black's winning plan is just going to be to push this pawn. We're not really going to we're not going to be able to win, you know, any of these things by force probably, but we can just make white hunker down and defend, and slowly this guy's going to move forward. Seems like that's the path to victory. He went here, which is a blunder. And a relatively elementary one. But he got too excited about the prospect of trading rooks. But yeah, the rook's overworked. So you win your exchange back plus a pawn, and now it's just a matter of technique. But nicely spotted the winning tactic there. Seems like you were going to win without too much fuss anyway. Am I correct? I am not. It says it's like equal. White needs to play c4 according to the computer, and then counterplay. White can't really do nothing. It says c4 just all zeros. But, I mean, it could just be one of those cases where, like, the computer will draw because the computer's perfect. But, like, humans are not really gonna do it all that well. I am peeking at some computer lines and noticing that, like, if white does play h5, then bishop d1 is maybe a little bit annoying, because it just trades the bit, it gets rid of the bishop pair by force. So I guess it's a little harder to make progress. But your opponent was nice and just went ahead and blundered, and now you can win the game easily. He did play c4, but it was too late. Bishop f3 seems like an excellent move. Yeah, I mean, now we're almost pre-moving. I mean, not really, but... I mean, it's not even really clear to me that he can take this, because then you have some, like, tricks. I mean, I guess I would defend it, because I don't see why not to, but... You checked him. I don't like checking him. That kind of just helps him move up the board. It seems like. Unless there's some finer point. Yeah, I think you should just go here first. Don't help his king move up the board. That's the wrong way? It does say rook g2 check is better, but it says they're both basically the same. Well, it is pointing out that after rook g5, he could play rook c3. So I guess the point is that after checking him, you basically force... Well, okay, the computer actually plays king e1, which is like... I mean, okay, I guess it makes sense. If you grab this, he grabs that. But now if he plays king c3, which is what happened in the game, and you go here, then the rook still doesn't really have anything to do. It can't come to c3. So maybe it's worth throwing in. If king c3 is bad, then it's worth throwing in. And king c3 is bad, so... He played a3, I mean... I'm not saying I could give a better move, but... Okay, and then you start pushing your pawn. Yeah, just push it. Yeah. And then rook g1. Tough. Okay. Well, I mean, I think you played the game. The opening was a little sus. That's basically what I would say about the game. But otherwise, the game was really good because you kind of realized, like, the way to try to prove an advantage is to sacrifice this and, you know, start creating some play. So that was very good, stacking the exchange and getting the bishop pair to do bishop pair stuff. The opening, I think needs some work though. Mainly this d5 move. D5 is really more terrible than the engine lets on, I think. What do I rate it out of 10? Well, Lichess says you played 92%, so I guess I'd give it a 9.2. Yeah, you can just send me the game, baby B. Okay, so this was sort of, this phase of the game was the only one where things really kind of went wrong. I don't really blame you for not doing this, but it is kind of like, once you consider it, and then you start considering alternatives, you're like, I guess this does look better than anything else I have. But okay, it's not the easiest. And then yeah, this is... D5 and Queen F3 are tied for the worst move of the game. But otherwise, it was a pretty good game. You rate it pi out of 10? All right, let's see who is next. The only... oh, my whispers are just, like, messed up. We'll look at the only... I think the only avian was the next one. I guess technically Infinite Potatoes sent his link first. Alright, we'll look at Infinite Potatoes game. Oh, this is Infinite Potato beating an NM. Now, Infinite Potato's higher rated than me, so this will probably be more me showing the game than, like, providing any sort of advice. Because what advice could I give to a player 200 points higher rated than me? Well, 130, 140, something like that. Dude CL. Okay, our hero is black. Playing some kind of Sicilian. Classical. Oh wait, I'm sorry, it's not a classical yet. Dragon, okay. I only play the accelerated dragon. I don't know nothing about the regular dragon. But sometimes I get such positions. But I usually get, if I get a position like this, I'm like a tempo up. Because it's an accelerated dragon. So that probably makes my life easier. Okay, this is all well-trod theory, it looks like. Hezzy, I'm sorry, the only avian. We'll get the only avian next. Maybe I gotta figure out some, you know, bot or something that'll manage the queue for me. But yeah, we gotta figure out a good way to do the game review streams. Okay, yeah, so this is all theory. He's short castled. That's not very dragon-like. I guess I'll turn off the computer. I'll try to just use my brain. John, you can do another game if we run out of other games, if there are no other people that are submitting games. But I'll give everybody a chance before we do repeats. A4 seems logical. You took it. I would be thinking B4, but what do I know? I guess knight B5 would be sort of annoying, but he's going to get that anyway, it seems. Although he took with the knight. Threatening knight B6, sort of. If you can call it a threat. That's prevented. King got off the diagonal. Yeah, I don't know how to evaluate the position. I guess it looks better for white. Yeah, I'd have to say it looks better for white, but probably not anything too, you know, crazy. I don't know, John. It depends if people are showing up or not. I can't predict the future. Okay, his knight was on sort of a weird square, so he's getting it back into the game. D5 looks like a happening square. Rook B4. It's like almost threatening something. Like if our pawn were on D5, then we're threatening rook takes D4. No, not really, though. I was trying to engineer some tactic where we get this and we're threatening mate, but he has queen G1. Although we probably would just have bishop D4 there. So there could be some weird tactic like that. But it seems like we still need a tempo to make those ideas work. He took the knight. That's a bit surprising, but I guess he was afraid of some... He must have been worried about this kind of thing. That's okay, the only avian. That'll be easier for me to comment on. Okay, well now you have the bishop pair. White center is still pretty... Also, you're not going to keep the bishop... Oh, he wants to do this. Never mind, I understand everything now. Okay. Can you weasel out of it with rook d4? No, because knight takes f6. Dang. So it actually seems like you could be in a bit of trouble here. I'm thinking he should actually take the bishop and not the rook. I guess depends on where the queen goes. I mean, I guess he probably should take the rook. I don't know though, I'd kind of be tempted to take this and then try to go to town on this pawn. But, I mean, a rook's a rook, so... Sagging exchange, I mean, yeah, it is thematic in the dragon, but it's usually like rook takes c3 and then his king's here all naked. Yeah, I was looking at that, Zoot, but that doesn't work. Because he can remove the defender with check. And then your rook's hanging. He did take the bishop. Okay. I mean, that is very sensible looking. If I were white, I would be wanting to do that, but then I like wouldn't find... I wouldn't find like that would be my intuition, but then my calculation would be like, I don't actually see why I should do that. So then I'd chicken out and I'd take the rook. Let's look at the engine. The engine says take the rook, and then white's a little better, but it's nothing crazy. Almost 0.1. I'm sorry, almost 1. This is Infinite Potato. Is he the papa? I don't know. That's true, Thaddeus. I don't know, the music, it's just shuffling, so. Ah, it is potato in Espanol. I knew that at some point in my life. How do I unhide? Okay, there we go. Okay, so he took the bishop. Yeah. Rook A2. What? He's gonna... Okay, he wants to take the A pawn. Now, the baller move would be to insist upon being an exchange down. But I don't actually see why you should do that. But it would be baller. So it should be considered. Rook D4 also looks... Nah, but Rook D4 hangs this pawn, so... So A4... Seems legit. He has bishop D5. We could play bishop E6. But now here. Ah, and then you can force the exchange sack. Perfect. But he didn't do it. Attacks the rook. Can he play rook D1 or he can't do it? I don't see what's wrong with rook D1, but maybe he wants to try to trap your rook. And he's being sneaky. Meow. Rook C8 attacking a pawn. Yeah, and he attacks the rook. Can we sack the exchange yet? I guess I'd play rook D3. Are we ever getting our guy trapped, though? Like, what if he does this? Does that trap our guy? At CL Smith. Man, people are screaming in Spanish. He played H3. Wait, I want to see if my idea is any good. Oh, I hung a bishop. Never mind. Okay, other than that, though. H3, I guess, to solve some potential back rank issue. But yeah, Queen F2 looks good. Oh, and then he played B3. Sneak attack on the queen. So I was teaching some kids today. And one of them, he had a game that I was looking at where like there was a bit, like, for example, like there was this bishop on one side of the board, and then he played like rook here where the bishop can take it, right? And he actually said like, oh, it's a sniper, or he said something about it being a sniper. And I was like, yeah, some people call them snipers because it's like you forget that they're there and they're far away. So this rook is like sniping the queen, although the queen is sniping the rook. Yeah, so he probably meant to play B4. Is that what happened? I think someone said that. Or is he somehow fine? For reasons I can't comprehend? Well, he resigned here, so I guess he wasn't fine. Yeah, so he probably mouse slipped. He probably meant to play here. It still seems kind of good for black, though. Now there's this passed pawn. Like, I think you just go here. But it is kind of hard to, like, get in there. What does computer say? It says queen b6 and it gives black the slightest of advantages. Minus 0.1. Now it just says zeros. I want to believe in black's position. Hello, Dr. Chess RX. And I guess good night. Were you here earlier and I didn't see you? That could have happened. Yeah, so it just says all zeros. That's tough. But that was nice of him to mouse slip his rook. He was streaming during the game? I never heard of this guy. I thought I knew every streamer on Twitch. 865? What am I at? Like 812, I think, is where I left off. I've never heard of Noblerone. I don't know that person. Did I get raided? Dairy Maid? I thought I fixed my alerts. But Josh did raid. What's Dairy Maid mean? Was that some cool bingo that he played? Why did my alerts still not work? I thought I fixed them. They've been working except for raids. Dairy raid. Okay. Whoops. Dairy Maid. A woman who works in a dairy. That makes sense. 9-letter words that Josh missed. I don't think I chatted in Josh's chat, but I was lurking earlier. Oh no, I was chatting. No, this was last night. What was that 9? Braveries. That was a good one. It was like a disconnected 9 that Josh found. Then that got me thinking, like, I legitimately think there's a chance that Josh remembers this even though I don't remember it. But there's a clip of me playing Scrabble where I found a disconnected 9, but I don't remember what it was. But it was like on Woogles. I think it was balloting. Balloting? I think. But it was like a disconnected 9. So that was cool. But yeah, thank you for the raid. And welcome Scrabblers and Babblers. So we're doing game review for viewers. Dew Point I remember, yeah. That was a good one too. If Scrabble were all just like finding 8s and 9s and 7s, I would like Scrabble a lot more. Okay, John. I cannot answer that question. No matter how many times you ask it, I will not have an answer for you. Because I already reviewed one of your games. So if other people want to have their games reviewed, then they're going to jump ahead of you in line, since you already had a game reviewed. So I have no answer. Right now there's at least 2 games ahead, but it could be a lot more than that. So I apologize, but I can't give you an answer. Tina might submit a game. Wolf might submit a game. Okay, let's look at the Only Avians game. It was on chess.com, so I already hesitate to even acknowledge it. What color were you? How do I export this? All right, let's see if he said what color. Yeah, what color were you? You were white. Okay, and now, since you said you're, you know, a newer player, let's just set some expectations for this game review. On a scale of 0 to 10, how scathing of a review do you want? Do you want to be, like, emotionally hurt by the things that I say, or do you just want praise? Because either one's fine. I just want us to be on the same page before we get too far into this. An 8, okay. So not like overtly mean, but blunt and okay. I think I can dial it in at an 8. Okay, so you're white. You're 855 on chess.com. And where's the other stuff? No, not that. Isn't there somewhere where it tells me like the... Oh, yeah, okay. The time control was 300, so that I think is 5 plus 0? I think. What our weakness? What our worst piece? 5 minute. Be mean like a southern woman, so I have to like thinly veil it? Okay. E4, your first mistake. The bishop's opening I know nothing about. Yeah, I'm completely out of book. Is C3 a thing? I mean, it makes some sense. Okay, it's not really a thing, but maybe it's your thing. I don't know. Thanks for following 42 Vexations. I don't know. I haven't ironed out the system for submitting a game. Haven't ironed that out yet. Wait, what was the third rule? What our opponent idea is. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so C3 is a little weird. Because, like, that's a good square for your knight. So C3, you kind of only want to play in the opening. Okay, this isn't really true, but the idea of C3 is to try to play D4, which maybe you did. So I'll withhold judgment. Actually, I see now, peeking ahead, that you did play D4 in a few moves. So, I don't know why it's not very popular. It seems a little weird, but it can't be that bad. Thaddeus is already disgusted, though. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the thing here is, once he does this, if you're ever playing D4, then you got a little issue here. So, in other openings where this kind of thing happens, C3, and then he attacks this, they just play D3 and defend. So D3 looks kind of natural here. The computer says Queen B3, which I would be a little hesitant to do. Now, your move will draw Thaddeus's ire even more, because you played F3. So Thaddeus and myself, and other people in the chat, watch a lot of Ben Feingold. So you broke an important Ben Feingold rule, which is never play F3. F3 is almost always bad in the opening. Like, almost always. So yeah, you shouldn't defend the pawn that way. The most natural looking move is Queen E2. And just defend it. I would be tempted to play D3. The computer prefers Queen E2. D3 I think makes more sense because now, you know, this is coming out too. So I don't know. It's all good in the hood. Okay, F3 terrible. He played D6, which also looks terrible. Blocking in this bit. He should get his bit. Like, look at how good his bishop would be here because you played F3. Now you're like never gonna castle. You're never gonna play D4. But he was like, nah, I don't want to do that. Try to not pull my queen out of it. Yeah, no, that's good. the thing is, like, if you're saying that in response to queen e2, that's like barely out. That doesn't even really count. Like, the rules, the principles that we have in the opening are not absolutes. So it's important to understand the principles, but it's also important to understand why the principles are what they are. So the principle about moving your queen out, like, it is what it is, because if you play like this, and then they just go like here, then later, after you make some normal move, then they're gonna get this free developing move on your queen, and you've got to move your queen again. So that's why you don't want to move your queen out in the opening, is because oftentimes it gets tempoed, and your opponent gets to improve, and you have to move your queen again. So that's the reason behind the principle. So it doesn't really apply here, because if you play queen e2, I don't see how your queen's ever going to get attacked. So he's never going to gain a tempo on your queen. In general, like, these squares that are, you know, deep in your own territory are going to be pretty safe squares for your queen. Usually. Like, it's going to be tough for your opponent to attack them. Queen e2 is bad if they have knight e4 attacking your queen. That's not how knights move. Yeah, I mean, that could be true in some other position. Okay, f3 terrible, d6 terrible, d4 I like, queen e7 terrible. Queen e7's ridiculous because it blocks this bishop. And it doesn't really do anything of note. Okay, but we're here to review your game, not his. D5 I also don't like, but the computer likes it. I wouldn't do D5 because I don't know yet if I want the center to be closed or if I want to open it. So it's to your advantage to have the option of choice. Option of choice makes like no sense, but hopefully you get what I'm saying. The only reason to play this is if you fear pawn takes d4, but you shouldn't fear that, because if he does that, like if you play knight e2 and he takes, you are thrilled to take with your c pawn. Now you have a 2-to-1 pawn majority in the center, and your knight can come to this natural square. That's the only reason you would really want to play d5, unless there's some tactical point, but there's not here. So I don't really like the move d5. I would just develop your knight and get ready to castle, or pick one of these pieces to develop something. No, queen e7 is completely different from queen e2. Like, I know you know this, Vindictive, but like, like queen e7 is so different, because queen e2 here, you're not obstructing any piece. You're not gimping your own development. But queen e7 is ridiculous, because it accomplishes nothing, but it blocks this bishop in. But yeah, I know you're memeing. Okay, d5, we'll call it suspicious. Knight d8, also suspicious. Knight e2, excellent. b6, suspicious. I don't understand the move a4, so maybe you can explain. I don't hate the move a4. In fact, the computer says a4 is one of the best moves. So what was the idea with a4? I would just castle. Or, like, develop something. But the computer says a4 is one of the best moves, so what do I know? Like, you're sort of threatening a5, so, you know, needed to defend the bishop. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's probably obvious to you now, even if you weren't thinking of the time, but like, the bishop is not in any danger. Like, he can't play b5. If he plays a6 to then play b5, you could just play a4 then. So yeah, there's no real threat that you have to respond to. And actually, I think people you're rating have this like, a4 is not a bad move, but people you're rating have this flaw in their thought process where they tunnel in on one idea. They're like, well, one day he might play b5 and then it attacks my bishop. But the timing of certain moves is important. So, like, here, there's no urgency to play this move. So I would evaluate it as like, a4 is a good move. It's a useful move. You're maybe threatening a5. You're gaining space. Like, it's a fine move. But, like, I would fall back on the basic principles of develop these pieces and get castled. Okay, a4 is fine. He played a5, which makes your move look good, because now, you know, he has some light square weaknesses that you can try to get him on. You castled. Excellent. He played g6, which he basically has to do because of this stupid move. Like, he put his pieces on squares where they just, like, can't move. He can't go here, try to get the bishop here, because you're just winning stuff. Although it says here that knight g3 is better, but whatever. Okay, so g6. You gave him a check. Again, I don't really love it, just because I don't think we're getting anything concrete out of this. We are a little bit. I would just develop these guys. Like, I promise you, if you, like, around your rating level, if you take the approach of, unless there is a major threat that I need to respond to, or I have a tactic that wins material, if those two things don't exist, then I'm just going to develop my pieces and castle. And then when all of my pieces are developed and I'm castled, then I can start trying to do aggressive stuff. Like, you'll be so far ahead of people around this rating range, because most of them don't do that. Okay, your move's fine, because he kind of has to make a weird move here. He blocks with the bishop, and you should be relatively happy if these bishops get traded, so no problem there. You just traded the bishops right away, which I would also be very tempted to do. It's technically not correct to do so. We don't really mind if he takes here, and we can take with our pawn. I was thinking if we take, that he could try to take with the knight and get the knight to c5. The computer does prefer him taking with the queen. I guess just because, at least, I don't really know exactly why. I would want to try to take with the knight and get the knight here. That seems like a good square. I guess you're just going to get hit by b4 later, but... Anyway, so you don't have to initiate this trade, but that's really not a big deal. He took with the queen. You got your bishop out, good. Attacking the knight. He defended the knight. You played c4. I don't necessarily mind the move c4 if you tell me that the reason you played c4 is you wanted to put your knight here. The computer actually doesn't really care for it, but I don't mind it. Okay. And he castled. And you put your knight on c3. Okay, so I mean that makes sense. So I do want to like revisit something that I said earlier, just to illustrate like why what I said is hopefully true. So notice how everything's very blocked up, and it's not really clear. Like, white has an advantage because white is controlling more space, is the long and short of it, and like this knight is kind of stupid. So like white should have an advantage in theory, but it's sort of difficult to find an attacking plan because the center is closed. You basically are going to have to try to find pawn breaks to open things up to let your pieces come in. And I just want to draw you back to the move that you played earlier here, where you played d5, because that really defined like everything that's happened since then. Like, d5 wasn't a necessary move to play, but it did fix the structure, and as a result you kind of got a position where everything's just very static and it's tough to make much progress. So imagine how much different things would be, you know, if your pawn were still here, and let's say you had, you know, then instead of playing d5, you would have had another tempo. So let's say like your pawn's here and your queen's here. It just, maybe it's not evident, but like, then you have a lot more possibilities of like opening things up and getting on the d file, whatever it is. Okay, he played knight b7. That makes sense because the knight wants to go to c5. You played f4, which makes sense as a pawn break to try to open things up. The computer doesn't like it. I have to figure out why. I admit that would be one of the moves I'd be very tempted to play. I mean, I think, unfortunately, it's just opening things up more for black than it is for white. Because when he takes, which he didn't do, but he should do, now this bishop is opening up. That pawn's not in the way anymore. And this knight has a pretty good square on e5. So this backward pawn is not very useful for you. And yeah, he's just gonna put his knight, he could put his knight here, and it's actually more pleasant for black. So I like the spirit of f4, because I just said you need to find some pawn break. But it just needs to be a little better timed. So the computer's basically making like slow improving moves. It's playing like queen c2, knight b5, which I don't super get, but okay, the knight's a little better there. Bishop d2 is a move that it's thinking about. Again, it's just sort of tough to find a plan because everything's blocked up. Okay, so he instead went here, which is, I mean, it's bad because he should take this. And now you took the pawn, which is probably what I would do, but the computer don't like it. Trying to attain understanding. I guess the thing is, after this, he should take the pawn like this, which possibly you didn't consider. It's very natural to just think, well, I took, he's going to take back. And that's what happened. And that's extremely good for white. But he shouldn't do that. He should take... You took a pawn, he just needs to take a pawn. He should take this one. And it's sort of the same situation we just talked about, where now his pieces are getting active. Okay. So he took back. Now it looks really good for you. Well, A, he just hung his knight, which you saw, which is the most important thing at your level, is to see when they hang pieces, and for you to not hang pieces of your own. So yeah. Now you're just winning. And with a better position. This move looks kind of risky. It just looks like your rook could get trapped there. It doesn't have squares to go to. So much better would probably be just queen f1. Just defend your rook and you're bringing more firepower in. Peter says rook f3 is also good. But yeah, this is a little bit sus because, like I said, your rook could get trapped. I don't think that him defending this is ever going to be like that difficult for him. So your rook's kind of just stuck here now. But you're winning. He played queen g4. He's going after the e4 pawn. But he did just hang this, which you took. I assume it's way too dangerous for him to take. Maybe he can take e4, but I mean, you know, you're up a piece, you got this pawn, your rook's really good. He didn't even take it, he just... Okay, so here's where we need to have a discussion. So you played rook b1. You gotta take that knight, man. Like, take the knight. There's no reason to not take the knight. I don't know what black was thinking, and I don't know what you were thinking not taking it. My best guess is that the players thought that this knight was, like, only defended by the queen? And they thought, like, if the queen takes that, this queen could take this knight? That's my best guess. But I don't know if that's true. People like to forget that pieces can move backwards, so that's possible. The other possibility is that, like, he just didn't see queen takes knight, and then you believed, like, you didn't look for that. You just, like, sort of believed, like, he's threatening my rook, I need to move my rook. Why no animations on screen? I don't know, I never set that up. How's it going, Jingo? Yeah, so this is what people at your rating need to work on the most, is like all the other stuff I've yelled at the computer about is secondary in importance to this stuff. Like, if the guy hangs a piece, you take it, and then don't hang your pieces. If you do that, you'll gain like 400 points. Okay, so we got to take this knight 100% of the time. Okay, he knows what he did. He went back. Again, we gotta take free stuff. Like, now it's just a pawn. Actually, that's not even true, because he would have to do this, but it's still a pawn. So do that. Especially when you already have... I don't want to overgeneralize and say you're winning, so trade, trade, trade. But you're up a whole piece, and you have this pawn that can queen pretty easily. So in this case, it is pretty much always going to be good to trade pieces. It's not universally true that you should just trade when you're winning. But when you're up an overwhelming amount of material, like a knight and two pawns, which is what would happen if this line were played out, then trading is almost always correct. Yeah, so h3 is not so good, but it doesn't really matter at this point. h3 doesn't really accomplish much. Like, he's not gonna like blunder his queen. And you kind of softened your king up by doing this. There's not a way for him to exploit it, but it's sort of a bad habit. He took there for some reason. You took with the knight. I would probably take with the queen, but it doesn't matter. I just want to trade. I want to trade stuff, and then I want to win. Like, win this pawn, win that pawn, checkmate him. So you don't have to be afraid of trading the queens here. And you hung your pawn, which I didn't even notice. B3 is a bad move. B3 accomplishes nothing. This pawn's already defended by the rook. But, okay, it doesn't spoil anything, obviously. I'd probably play knight c3, because then I can... Then my rook's defended, so I can move my queen somewhere, so my rook can come over here. Rook ad8 makes no sense. You push, which is a little risky. Not risky, but you don't have to be in a hurry with this. Like, I would just try to get this knight to a better square. Like, these pieces aren't really doing anything. So I would work on getting those pieces to better squares. When you have this situation where you have a protected passed pawn, very often you don't have to push it. Like, it's just there, and then at some point in the game, it's going to be able to run. But you don't really want to start pushing it when, like, it's not clear how it's going to get all the way. You know? Like, at this point, we can get the pawn to d6, we can get the pawn to d7, but then we're kind of stuck. And then, like, we don't have this guy helping us defend anymore. So black might put all their pieces, you know, on the pawn, and then it's like, well, are we going to be able to defend that pawn? So it's safer to just leave that pawn where it is. And just like, get your knight somewhere, get your queen and your rook somewhere better. Yeah, and I don't like that move, but it's not so bad. It's just like, this will just come with experience, but like, this pawn's terrible. It's really weak because it can't be defended by any other pawn. And this pawn's awesome. It's defended by this pawn and it can't be attacked. So you don't want to trade these pawns. You want to, like, attack that pawn somehow. Or like go here. Well, you probably can't do that because you don't want to allow, but you get it. Roll Tide. Okay, I don't know why he did that. He should just take this, but... Now I would take this. That's what you did. Good move. He took the rook, which is totally preposterous. Now he's never going to be able to stop this stuff. But he stopped it. Yeah, so you just need to kick this queen away. And then the game's, like, over. Rook there is good. Yeah, I mean, you can just do whatever you want now. Okay, I wouldn't do king f2, but... You still want to keep your king safe while he has heavy pieces on the board. But... you have free reign. I mean, the simplest thing to do would just be check and take this pawn. Okay, you might not want to do that because your pawn's hanging, but you could go here. You could take this pawn. You could go here and here. I don't get king f2, but it doesn't matter. Okay, now I like knight d5, but I have a caveat. Did you see queen takes d6? Because if you had a plan for queen takes d6, then I liked your move. But it might have been that you didn't see queen takes it might have been that you didn't see, like, now you're blocking that. So you gotta have had a plan. Okay, so you saw this and then you win. Okay, so I like knight d5 then. Knight d4, whatever. He did not see it. And then you did that and you won. Okay, that is probably the meanest move, so I like it. I would never have thought of queen d8. Queen d8's pretty mean, so I like it. Yeah, so this, it says, is mate in 2. It's always cool to mate with a pawn. You could play queen h4, but that's not as cool. Mating with a pawn is cooler. But I think queen e8's actually, or queen d8's actually the coolest. Yeah, now I made him with the pawn, because that's cool. You took the rook. I guess that's fine. He checked you. How dastardly. And then mate. Yeah. Well, it was a pretty good game. I mean, you know, like I said, the most important thing at your level is don't hang pieces, and when they hang pieces, take them. So you did 2 out of those. Like, there were 3 such instances. You never hung a piece. He hung 2 pieces, but you only took 1 of them. So I grade it 67%. No, you played, yeah, overall, White played really well. I mean, White definitely was the better player. There was no question. Cheesy Gazebo has a game. An easy one. My voice is actually kind of hoarse. I really yelled at the computer for that game. I was getting passionate about that game. Yeah, no problem. Queen D8 was a good move. I liked that one. All right, let's look at Cheesy Gazebo's game, because you know, I've met Cheesy Gazebo. Or I could look at Tina's game. So much demand for games. If I didn't know your ELO, I mean, I think I would probably have guessed around your true ELO, only because of this move, where you didn't see, like, everything else was much better. This is kind of a giveaway, like, like, you shouldn't miss that. But is Tina here? Because if Tina's not here, like, for all I know, Tina's still streaming. We'll give priority to the people that are here. Okay, it looks like Tina is not streaming. I don't think she is. Paging Christina. King F2 was also a weird move. That's true. But, like, mostly it was good. It was just a few kind of, like, you know, what are these moves? King F2 didn't matter, but it's just a weird move. Oh yeah, and don't play F3 in the opening anymore. How's it going, Code 10-8? Alright, we'll look at Cheesy's game. Cheesy was black. Do you want to tell us, like, the time control and the situation, like the backstory of the game? You don't have to, but if you want to, you can. What color did you say? White? Black. Bleach S 5+3, no lore. Okay. And then how scathing of a review do you want? That's important. You want to be emotionally hurt. Okay, perfect. I gotta get a cough drop. I gotta really get my vocal cords ready for this. Alright. Our boy is black. I'll do your game next, baby B. Sorry, you keep getting... Well, this time you got jumped by a VIP. Or a mod or something. Mod. Alright. Caro-Kann, I know nothing. Probably it's all theory. C3 seems stupid, but I don't know anything. Okay, I'm right. C3 is stupid? Yeah, I don't know what's C3 about. I guess he wants to do this, but, like, we'll defend that, no problem. Everything was terrible. Knight F3 is the third most common move. Well, Camel's better than me. I wouldn't find oh, you said bishop b5. When you said bishop b5, I was thinking bishop b4, bishop g4. Yeah. I think I agree with Camel. So far no complaints for Cheesy. I guess I'll turn off the engine to be fair. Developed your knight, that seems good. H3. Alright. I hate this. Why did you do that? Don't you like your bishops? Didn't you learn that bishops are better than knights? Yeah, explain yourself. You have a lot of explaining to do here. Bishop h5, g4, bishop g6, knight e5. I mean, I would invite him to do that. Like, it might be fine for white. Like, sometimes that's what white should do. I would just, like, let him do it. What happened? Thank you, Zamfofex, for the sub. Somehow... Whoa, it was a tier 3 sub, too. Wow. Well, really thank you, then. Much appreciated. Always appreciate the support. In general, you trade on F3? Yeah, okay, I believe you. Like, it doesn't seem so bad here just because we already have a lot of light square control. The queen's not really going to be good on F3. So I sort of get it, but... Like, I would just make him do this. And, like, go here to defend, I guess. Maybe I can buy some argument that, like, it's getting... Nah, I don't think I buy it. And if he ever takes this, then, like, you know, what's the plan here? Seems... I mean, maybe he can get away with this. I don't know. It's probably not as bad as I am making it sound. In fact, the computer says it's best. I wouldn't do it. I'd go back. And it doesn't like this. It's not impressed. I'm trying to comprehend what the computer's doing. Because the computer says knight d7. Just giving up this pawn. And it says queen c7 or queen c8. Or queen b6. It just it likes this tempo for some reason. It can't even make up its mind what move it wants to make. Okay, that's... I don't know. I wouldn't do all that, but... Okay. Anyway. Okay, so you took this. Fine. Turn off the engine again. E6 is a good move. He pinned you for no apparent reason. I guess this trade is good for white, so I won't be too harsh. H6 is fine, I like it. Okay, everybody hates their bishops in this game. He played knight b3 trying to get here. You castled. Castle is totally fine. I think I would go here just to interfere with his plans. Make him work a little harder to get that. Your rook's better on b8 anyway. But obviously castles is good. He agrees. Rook e8. Okay. Yeah. Seems reasonable. You want to play for e5. He stops you. Now you played rook b8. It's hard to find fault with this game because it's so boring so far. Okay, he hung his pawn for some reason. Omega lol. You took it? Was there some point? I don't see the point. Okay, there was no point. You played queen b6, which I was tempted to play, but you are possibly stepping in this, like, after the trade, but not really. I guess queen b6 looks right. Ah, Tina's back. I was gonna look at your game, but then you weren't here. Hello, Game Sky. And Super Dino. Yeah, I like queen d6, queen b6. That seems right. He traded. Yeah, I mean, this looks pretty good for you. You just have a pawn for nothing. We just got to be a little careful we don't let this guy, you know, stomp around in the field too much. Ooh, queen b or knight b3 I didn't see, but that's not really like that big of a deal. We can just slither away somehow. He still can't really do anything, like he doesn't want to drop this pawn. I guess I would be slightly worried that, like, if he plays a4 or a3 that my queen could get trapped. But I don't really see how that's ever true. So probably rook b8's good. I would consider just, like, getting out of dodge while I know that I can, but rook b8 seems good. Okay, he threatened your rook. Did you see it? Okay, well, that just wins a piece, so... He did not see your threat. I mean, I guess... I must be getting tired, because if I'm suggesting a3, a4, which both hang this knight, that's probably not so good. So obviously rook b8's a great move, and he missed your threat. Now he should resign, but I wouldn't resign, so... I don't understand the purpose of that move. In fact, it seems pretty bad, because you undefended your pawn, and he can immediately check and take it. So you wanted me to be mean, but there haven't been moves that are, like, egregious enough to be mean about. So what the fuck were you thinking? I gotta pick my battles. I don't know, it seems fine because you can get this pawn.
I just found your stream,
what happened?
And it seems really chill. I
don't
want
you.
to jump the queue, so to say, but whenever you have the time, perhaps after Baby B's game, I'd love to hear some thoughts on a casual game I played with a friend of mine. I rarely play chess, and when I do, it's usually 960, but this game was standard.
Thank you, Zamphofex. Yeah, I appreciate that. We can definitely look at your game. So the queue will be Baby B and then Zamphofex. That sounds like a good plan. And then Tina, we'll get Tina, I don't know. Get Tina later. I don't know how many more games I'll get through, but we'll see. But yeah, thank you for the kind words. Glad you're enjoying it. Okay, what did Cheesy say? Toot, toot, toot. He didn't say nothing? He has no answer to my probing questions. I mean, your move's probably fine, because like I said, if he does that, you're gonna get this pawn, or you're gonna get this pawn. Well, I tell you what, I don't know. I mean, this was a blitz game, so you kind of have to move quick. My first instinct would be to just go here and put pressure on all these pawns. That also hangs this fork, but like you're gonna get the pawns back. So like, for example, here, 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 and he's not going to defend everything. But it's a blitz game, like, whatever. Your move's fine, too. He did check and take your pawn. You took c3, which, I mean, this is literally the position we just saw. So... Alright, he took that, which I forgot about. I would take on d4, I think. You did? Now, you have to sort of be prepared for this, but it seems like he's going to get mated if he takes it. Yeah. Well, your method makes perfect sense. Just trade the queens and then you win automatically. It does kind of seem like he might get mated, though. Couldn't he get mated here if he tries real hard? Is this just mate? Am I crazy? More
Hello.
bits.
I just found your stream, and it seems really chill.
Oh, it's Cheesy
I don't
Gazebo
want to
copying
jump
it.
the queue, so to say,
Nice.
But whenever you have the time,
Wait, do I have to
perhaps
listen to
after
this whole thing?
Baby's Game, I'd love to hear some
That was a good
thoughts on
copy
the
pasta,
casual
though.
game I played with a friend of mine. I rarely play chess.
Man, do I have to listen? I think I have to listen to the whole thing.
960, but this game was standard.
Yeah, that was a good one. Thank you, Cheesy. Yeah, and then now... Wait, I can't make it work. I want to go here and then take his queen, but I guess it won't work. It's a hype train!
Hello. I just
Thank you,
found your
Eat Chips.
stream, and it seems really chill.
500
I
bits.
don't want to jump
Man.
the queue, so to say, but whenever you have the time, perhaps after Baby's Game, I'd love to hear some thoughts on a casual game I played with a friend.
Show me
of
your
mine.
tits, Cheesy Gazebo.
I
Dang.
rarely play chess, and when I
Okay,
do,
I was right.
It's usually 960.
This is mate
but
somehow.
This game was standard, Cheer 100.
Where's the mate that I couldn't find? It just says after this he just gets mated. I guess I believe it. Yeah, he can't stop that. That's why. Trading queens is fine, especially if you were low on time. Now let's see your in-game technique. Okay, terrible. Play here. Here, 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 here. Just do all that. Nah, I mean, this is fine. No, stop moving your pawns. Get your king out. Why is your king in the corner? Nobody puts baby in the corner. Alright, now you did it. Yeah, he's like almost tricking you. Yeah, I mean, here I would just take this and clean up. We don't really, I mean, you know, we don't care about that. Like, that's easy, easy dub. It's more
Hello,
bits.
I just found
I can't
your
believe it.
stream, and it seems
Oh,
really
nice.
Scrabble adjacent. I don't want to dump the queue, so to say.
Dump the
Whenever
queue is a
you
good
have
one.
the time, I'd love to hear some thoughts about what placement of chi is your favorite over
That
the
was a good
Scrabble
one.
board.
Very nice, Josh. Thank you. Dump the queue for jump the queue was really good. It's the cleverest thing you've ever done. I guess this is meaner though, so I respect it. Oh, he almost had something. Yeah. Okay, so basically you played really well. There's very little to find fault with. And I really tried to find some faults. I think the biggest thing I can find fault with is... Oh my god, we have to go very far. Is once you got here, like, just don't even think. Just, like, do this. Get your king doing something. That's my only note. Otherwise, you played better than perfect. Alright, nice game. Okay, so next was Baby B. Anytime, Cheesy. Okay. Oh, baby B, you split it into like 2 messages. Now I got to do twice as much work. It's 64 moves. We'll be here all night. Okay, you were white. Next is going to be Zamphofex. Zamphofex has next, and then if I'm not done with streaming, and if Tina's here, then it'll be Tina. And then I'll have a better system for organizing things next time. What color did you say you were? You're white? Yeah. Okay, now I also need to know, like, I guess I don't need to know it, but I am curious about, like, the rating of the players, the, you know, time control of the game, that kind of stuff. But if you want to, like, preserve some mystery about the strength of the players, that's fine. I'll try, Jingo. I'll try. If I analyze like Tina, then yeah, then we'll get through all the games in a heartbeat. His rating was 5690 and you're 69 rated. Okay. All right, E4. So I already like black because I play... Okay, well, I don't play that, but whatever. I play the Sicilian with black and I don't play E4 with white. It's a Najdorf. This seems like some kind of Najdorf. Again, I don't know much about the opening. I used to play the Najdorf a long time ago, but I didn't really play the Najdorf because here I would play E6, which makes it a Shawinigan. So it's kind of a lie that I ever played the Najdorf. But yeah, this looks like some high-level game. English attack. 15 moves of theory. I'm the median between Tina and... I think I'm closer to Zeph than Tina. You remember? I thought it was longer ago than that, but man, maybe it wasn't. Or maybe I've just known Josh for a long time. All right, so I know nothing. I feel like I'd rather have white, but you know, both sides have a lot of chances. Do they castle long in the Night Order? I guess, yeah, the English attack they do, so. All right, black is sort of clapping first. Seems like we got a nice square on D5. Thanks for following. Welcome to the stream, Zamphofex. All right, he kicked your queen. That was rude. Queen C6. That's the best move and white's already winning, it says. I should have turned off the computer to not know. Because I wouldn't have suspected that. I would have thought, like... I don't know, somehow Queen C6 looks scary to me. It looks like my queen is short on squares. But you are attacking the knight right away. What else is going on? Knight C5 is sort of a possible idea. I don't know that it's ever actually good, but it's legal. I don't know the idea behind Queen C6, but it's the best move. How's it going, Imquander? I'm reviewing the games of the viewers. Knight C5 looks frankly ridiculous, but look at this pin that I discovered. Yeah, I don't know what Knight C5 does, but looks cool. All right, I don't get Queen C6, but perhaps it will become apparent to me. It's not apparent yet. Bishop H3 is kind of hard to meet, though. The knight doesn't really have a great square. Bishop H3 was played. I guess that's the point? Black just doesn't have a good move here. What if he goes here? Is that so terrible? Did I hang stuff? Oh, then he hung his pawn. Okay. Fair enough. So this is sort of forced. You can't go here because then the rook's hanging. Yeah, and every other square's covered. So you kind of have to go here, which walks into bishop h3. And black just doesn't really have such a great move here. Or really any move. Because the same problem, if you go here, then your rook's hanging. So black has to play f5. Man. Good stuff. Now if we take en passant, he can take with a knight and defend all his stuff. So maybe we just take with the e-pawn and then we roll him. He took with the bishop. I didn't even see that was legal. But that's clearly best because now the knight's still trapped. Tough. So he had to sack the exchange. Okay, so white's just winning. A5, he's attempting counterplay. It's probably too late, but you got to attempt it. F6 looks like the most tempting move, but I don't know, it might just give a pawn away for nothing. F6 or rook g1. He played knight c5, much to Jingo's chagrin. Knight c5 also looks good. Yeah, because knight c5, if you don't take, I'm going here and you're not going to be happy. And if you do take with the knight, then take here and this pawn's really attacked. Which is what happened. It looks like the d-pawn's probably just going to fall. Okay, but we got to do something about that. Can we play rook takes d6? That's all I want to do. We probably can. We probably don't have to, but we could. Okay, check is obviously better. And then take the pawn. Yeah, we're just, I mean, white's just cleaning up. How did this game last another 40 moves? White's like destroying it here. How could the game last 40 more moves? Black should like resign. So the pawn's tactically defended because of back rank issues. A4 makes, I mean, I don't know what to suggest for black, but A4 like does nothing. He doubles up, wants to eliminate the rook. I'd be like doing this, but white's played basically perfect so far, so who am I to judge? G6 looks ridiculous because F6. But again, I like what's black supposed to do? Now surely rook d7. How could this game last? We're like halfway done with the game. This should just be like mate in 4. Surely that's unstoppable. Now he's getting that pawn. If it's 3 check, black has a chance. Getting all the pawns. There must have been some funny mate with, you know, 5 knights or something. That's the only possible explanation. Hanging the rook. Excellent. I mean, again, like, black obviously can't do anything, but, like, why are you doing that? Like, what? How is that helping at all? Making a rook is correct. I also, actually, also had this sort of a position in my kids' class today. Except it was like, the king was already on the back row and I already had a rook here. I asked them, should they make a rook or a queen? And they were all like, well, a queen's better. Queen's a better piece. And I was like, yeah, but a rook's more aesthetic. And it's really a good idea to argue with 8-year-olds about aesthetics. But yeah, obviously making a rook's better. And then mate. Okay, so I think white just played perfectly. I think there's nothing to review. Guess the elo, whatever stockfish is, plus 10. Did you make any mistakes? Yeah, I mean, it says you played 2 inaccuracies, no mistakes, no blunders, 24 cent upon loss, 98% accuracy. And it's not like black played bad. I mean, it's basically that you found this queen c6 move and then basically continued to play perfectly from there. There are other moves that give white a big advantage. So yeah, I don't know the elo, but higher than mine. Yeah, they sort of had, but I mean, I will agree, props to them for finding F5, but on the other hand, like, what else are they supposed to do? I mean, it's sort of process of elimination, like every other move doesn't work. This looks like an old game. I would believe it if this were like a GM game. I just, you know. Well, no, I wouldn't, because the end was ridiculous. 2100 what? $2100 Chess.com? Even that even seems like a higher quality game than that. Yeah, it was an English attack. So yeah, I have no complaints. You played perfect. No, this was it did look exactly like a Tina game in terms of quality of play, but it was not a Tina game. Was there a thing that happened that I missed? It seems like my alerts are still sometimes not working, or I'm just ignoring them. I don't know exactly, but Billionero, thanks for following. Okay, so now it's Zamfofex's turn. When we find his or her game. Did you whisper it to me? Let's see. Okay, there it is. Okay, and oh, Black's name is London Guy. And so it looks like Zamfofex was playing on a burner account. Or a brand new Rapid account. Never before been used. So do you want to tell us like your approximate strength? Or do you want us to play the guessing game? So this was Zamfofex's first ever rated Rapid game. On Lichess. Please will you play with me? I'm not playing chess today, I'm looking at other people's games. But maybe some other day. Please put animations on screen for emotes. It's like Jingo doesn't have a purpose in a stream if like the rabbits don't go everywhere. Okay, so he's playing against an 1100 who's named London Guy. And that is his actual name, it's not like a joke. Okay, so both players playing a little bit offbeat with knight c6 and knight c3. I don't really know much about knight c6. Apparently, I knew that this was called the Nimzovich defense, but apparently this variation with e6 is called the French connection. I guess because it can transpose into a French in a lot of ways. For example, d4. And now it's a French. Some kind of weird French, but a French. Oh yeah, that's right. You said you played 960. Okay, I see. And then what level of scathingness would you like with your review? Ronnie216, thanks for following. Okay, got the bishop out. Now, I don't really like bishop c4. And I faced this similar kind of thing. So I don't play e4, so I play the Sicilian. So a lot of times weaker players will play bishop c4 on move 2, which is bad because black can play e6 and then this bishop is not really doing anything. So this is just like a bad Sicilian line for white. And that's kind of what happened here. Because after e6, you played bishop c4. Very rarely is the bishop going to be useful when this diagonal is so strong. So it's probably going to be better to put like the most popular move in the database is d4, which makes sense because then the bishop can go to d3 and it's not obstructing the pawn. But even like bishop e2 or bishop b5 look like better squares, just because I don't really buy that our bishop's going to be good on c4, but I could be wrong. We'll see. The French Connection is a 5 out of 7 movie. Enjoy Gene Hackman's performance. Dang. Don't be afraid to sound mean. Perfect. There are no rules, Ronnie. There'll be rules next time if I figure out the rules. Okay, so I don't like bishop c4, but whatever. You developed a piece. Good job. He attacked your bishop. You defended it. Yeah, I would move it. Because now when he takes, your center's being weakened a little bit. You have one fewer pawn in the center. It's not really a big deal that you have these doubled pawns, but I would just, you know, I wouldn't allow this if you don't have to and you didn't have to. So the computer suggests bishop e2, even bishop f1, which is kind of funny, and even bishop d3. If I were gonna, like, if I didn't want to play bishop e2, which would be my first choice, I would play bishop b3 even. And at least then if he takes, I get an open file for my rook. Okay, so d3 is not terrible, but... Okay, he played bishop c5, that seems to make sense. I guess I'll turn off the engine. Keep saying that. You developed a piece, that's good. h5's really bizarre. Don't understand that move at all from black. You castled. Good move. He played d5, which looks like it just loses a pawn. I don't see the point. I mean, I think... I don't know. It's possible that he just didn't realize it loses a pawn. It's possible he thinks that this is gonna, like, be enough quote-unquote compensation. I don't believe it. He's got nothing developed. The most likely thing is that he's a barbarian, and this is the only way he knows how to play chess. And he's not that good at the game, but that's the only thing that he knows how to do. Okay, so you took, which looks correct. I think I would take with the queen here, just because this pin could be mildly annoying, and I'd rather not be mildly annoyed if I can avoid it. But it probably doesn't really matter. You took with a pawn. I don't know, it's probably a very small thing. Oh, Dolly's in YouTube chat now, nice. He played the endgame much better than you did. So far, you're playing much better than him. The computer points out that rook e1 is also legal, which I kind of forgot about. But it does agree that taking with the queen is best. But, okay, it's a small thing. Taking with the pawn, you're still killing it here. He did go for this pin. That was like his only idea. There's no threat. Like, I don't know. You could play any move. Like, if you're worried about the pin, then queen d3 is the way to, like, get out of it. Now, if he takes, you can still just take with the queen, and he didn't even mess up your pawn structure. So that would be the way to get out of it if you're worried, but I don't think you really have to be worried. Presumably, he's going to play, like, queen f6 and try to mess up your structure, but... maybe bouncing is calling me an engine, Andy. Chess Explorer for you. Thanks for following. Okay, you played d6. I have no understanding of this move at all. Why are we giving our pawn away? Aren't all three captures okay for black? Can't he take it? What's the big deal? Is Bouncy referring? But we don't really need to open the file. So yeah, that looks like a pretty bad move, to be honest. Like, you're winning here for... Okay, winning might be a bit strong. Like, an engine would win with white. But you're up a pawn. Black has not castled and has not really showed much interest in castling. Like, you can just go ahead and start attacking his king. So, probably the first candidate move should be rook e1 check. Or queen e1 check or queen e2 check, some check, and start getting your pieces into the game. If you can't find anything like that that is, like, super convincing, which, to be honest, I kind of can't, like... Rook e1 check, he can just, like, block somehow. That's still good for us, but we're not, like, you know, we're not winning anything. So if you don't want to do that, then develop your bishop. Like, you haven't developed all your guys yet. So I said it earlier, like, at the lower levels, if you just follow this, like, procedure, where you're like, okay, can I win material tactically, or, like, checkmate him tactically? No. Then, is he threatening to win material or checkmate me? No. Then, if those things are both false, then develop your pieces. Just, like, don't even think about trying to make some kind of aggressive move when you still got pieces that aren't playing. Like, even if the computer says this is the best move, you'll probably have to play accurately after that to prove that it's the best move, that it's better than something like bishop f4 or rook e1. Like, these moves are just guaranteed to be good. So don't even worry about trying to do this stuff. Don't waste your brain power on it. Like, just develop those pieces, man. Didn't count the pieces and just felt like this pawn is close to promoting, be able to be useful later. Yeah, I mean, that's obviously flawed for a few reasons, which you probably understand at this point. But, like, even if we weren't just, like, hanging our pawn here, the pawn's not... Like, it is optically close to promoting, but you're not controlling this square, you're not controlling this square, you're not controlling this square even. So, yeah, it's really not close to promoting at all. Even if it's, like, only 2 squares away, like, you still would have to make, like, 15 moves to... Okay, maybe not 15, but a lot of moves to, like, actually threaten promotion. That's true, Bouncy. Little check and check them. That's true. H3 is a reasonable move, Ronnie. Nothing wrong with H3, I don't think. But the only reason that H3 is like I would still prefer bishop f4 or rook e1. Because after H3 takes, then it's black's turn. He gets to start developing stuff. Or, like, get ready to castle. The only reason it's acceptable is because it carries a threat, so he has to respond to it. Okay, that was not played. I don't know why Lichess does this sometimes. You play d6. Terrible. h4. Terrible. bishop f4, like, it's technically terrible because, like, you should take this pawn so you're not hanging your pawn. Yeah. But, okay, I like the spirit of bishop f4. You're developing your piece. Now he took the knight. Ooh, you took that. Yeah, don't play with fire like this. like just take the queen. Like, I don't, or the bishop. Because there's really no way that this is gonna like the best case scenario is that like he moves his queen and then you take the bishop. I guess you gained a pawn there if that were true, but it's not true. So you have to be very careful when you're playing like tactical moves like this, and don't assume, like, make sure you calculate all of the possible checks and captures when you do this, because I think what you missed, you know, you probably saw like takes, like that's fairly direct, but he can just trade queens first, can't he? And then you take back, and then he like moves his bishop, and he stole your knight. Although this is actually still, I mean, white still might be doing really well here. I'm sorry, he would obviously do this. I mean, DC, like, it's good to consider these moves, but like, things are just so good for you already. I don't think I'd even give it much thought. I'd just take this. Let's see what the computer says. Yeah, so this is plus 3.5. Now black's winning, minus 2.7, if he goes for this line. Yeah. So be very careful with the tactics. Make sure you calculate all the lines. I'm guessing that, like, you calculated this, and you calculated, like this. I don't know. I don't think you calculated everything, though. I think you assumed bishop takes queen, because that was, like, the plan before you made your move. But you have to reassess, because you changed things when you did this. And yeah, people do fall into that, where like, this move looks cute, so I want it to be a good move, but that doesn't mean that it is a good move. Okay. He went here, which is, I mean, now it's just confusing, because I'm worried, like, somebody's gonna hang, you know, something crazy. I don't know. I mean, I don't see why you can't just take it. Ooh, you did it with the king. I mean, taking with the king is just weird. I don't see what's wrong with it. Although it actually probably is wrong. I don't know. It may not matter. I would just take with the rook. I don't see the problem. Like, your queen's still defended a lot. His thing's hanging, this is hanging. So I mean, your king is getting kind of unsafe out here. I don't see how black is going to exploit it, but I would just be, like, later you're probably going to have to run back over here. So I don't know, I'm dubious. Yeah, taking with the king's still winning, but taking with the rook's better. Okay. Took with a knight. Correct. Okay, black's just playing totally ridiculous. Now you can just take the bishop. Which you did. Now here, I think I actually would take with the king. Because now that the queens have been traded, your king's not really in as much danger, but taking either way is totally fine. And there's no fear here, you just take it. Yeah, I would go here, but it probably doesn't really matter. But this is a little bit safer of a construction because your king's not as exposed, your bishop's defended by this pawn, so your king isn't, like here, your king is tied to defending this, so if he can ever deflect your king away, like for example, knight f6, knight h5 is a way that he could try to win your bishop. So that's a little looser. It would be safer to just pull this back, and you're tippling the rook in either case, but you get me. Okay, he took, which is preposterous. He threatened your pawn, but you're up a rook and a pawn at this point. Knight c3 is excellent. Took. Rook d1's good. I'd probably give him a check first, but it doesn't really matter. He checked you. You went back, good move. g5 is legal. Took the pawn. That's fine. I'd want to throw in this check just because then my rook is active. You know, rook's not doing much here. Doesn't matter too much. You can kind of throw it in whenever you want. He checked you, big deal. The knight got going. f4 looks... It's a good try. It doesn't quite work because he has knight h5, which he found. Although, wait, does he have... Yeah, he does have it. Okay. It is GG already, but, I mean, you know, the players are like... I mean, black's 1100 lead chess. And white is better, but in his words, not much better. Okay, so f4 is a nice thought to try to deflect the pawn from the rook, but yeah, knight h5 check, and you're giving your pawn away. Doesn't really matter, up a rook. Okay, he threatens your pawn. Okay, so I think you just missed... Well, maybe you didn't miss it, I don't know. But I think you probably just missed that this is a threat. So you could just defend it. No biggie. He checked you there for some reason. Now you're like moving your king with check, but I can't find like a good... I was hoping there would be some tactic, but I don't see one. But it's always fun when they play check and then you play check. That doesn't happen too often. Okay, hopefully now we defended our h-pawn, but we didn't. Moved up. Check again. King moving up. I'm like slightly... Like, the only possible play that black has is if these pawns promote. So I don't really want to run my king over here. I kind of want my king over on the king side to just help me stop these pawns if I need to. So I think your instinct was to run the king away from the pieces that are attacking you, which makes sense. But your king is not actually in that much danger. Like, he's not really going to checkmate you with just a knight and a rook when you have pieces defending also. So I think I would go here, and I don't think I'm falling for any tactic. And you're also threatening king g3. It's probably a small point. Didn't want to block the rook. That's sensible, but your rook's not really, like... I mean, the rook is good pointing at this, but you still need to get another piece coordinating with that before that's even, like, that important of a thing. Like, you need to swing this rook in, or get this knight to help out. So, like, your king's not going to be there forever. Like, I'm probably going to put it on G3. It's a small thing. Okay, he just gave you the pawn anyway. Thank you. Who was it? Sarush the Best for following. Okay, I'm sorry. King F3, Knight H4, winning C2. That does look true. I did miss that. I saw Knight H4 check. I just thought I didn't really care that much. But okay. You're technically correct, which is the best kind of correct. Okay, he just threw away his pawn. It's like almost checkmate at this point. Okay, so now I think you can basically end the game with a tactical sequence. I'm not 100% sure that it works, and it's sort of a moot point because you're still up a rook. You win here, which is okay. I think if you just pin this knight, he's not going to be able to escape from this. You're already threatening to take the pawn and then take the knight. And even if he stops that with his king, then you can just go here. So, I mean, your move's fine. I think maybe you're trying to checkmate him a little prematurely. Since you have such an overwhelming material advantage, you can just try to, like, shut down his counterplay, which is usually going to involve trading off his pieces. His only pieces, like, his pieces are, I guess, dangerous. The only thing that's really dangerous is this pawn, if it promotes. But if you just do this and, you know, trade off his knight, then he's really running out of steam. I thought about knight h4, rook h4, Ringo. I did think about that. Is the only way to move out of check with checkmate to take something? I don't know. I don't even want to think about that. Yeah. It is a little too early because it's also like you don't really have a threat after this. Like you're not ladder mating him yet. It's not a bad move. Hey, you blocked. Looks good. I'm trying to figure out if you can win material by force. I mean, I would take this all day with check. And then, yeah, you're kind of eliminating any problems that you could ever have. Honestly, I've probably only got like one more game review left in me, and I think I said Tina was going to be next. But I'm going to do game review streams more often, so I'll probably make it at least a weekly thing. Maybe Monday's a good day to do it, because people like will have games from tournaments they played over the weekend or something. So I'm still trying to figure out how I want to structure the game review streams, but I'm glad to see it's been so popular today. So maybe next Monday or something. Okay, so I definitely take this with check. And then if he attacks this rook, you can just check him again. And yeah, I mean, you're cleaning up here. Okay, moving the rook's fine. He checked you. You have to be a little careful because your king's the only thing defending this knight. King e3 looks like the simplest. Attacking his knight, touching his knight. And also, like, it's sort of useful to know the patterns of squares that a knight can check from. How do I word this correctly? I'm getting tired. Like, if you go here, then the knight can check you. Whether or not those moves are good, we can debate. If you go here, the knight, like, it's good to know squares that are 1-2 knight moves away from one another. So if you're thinking about where to put your king here, like I would sort of just immediately discount these squares because they can be checked by the knight again. And I would favor squares that are difficult for the knight to maneuver to. Like, it's very difficult for the knight to move one square adjacent. It takes it 3 turns. It's even more difficult for it to move to this square, but that hangs your knight. Okay, you did play king e3, nice. He started pushing his pawn. Now you are getting really close to just checkmating him, but also he hung his knight. His knight was, quote-unquote, tactically defended, because if you took it, he could take your knight, but he interfered with his rook. So you should take his knight. Okay, but you're just setting up a ladder mate, which is also fine. He went there, which doesn't quite hang mate, but you can trade all the rooks. I guess that's technically a mistake, but it doesn't matter. You should just take this rook. And then if he takes this, then you take that, and game's over. Technically, this is fine, but only because you were up a lot of material to begin with. So, like, really, this is sort of a blunder. Because you're losing your rook. Like, he can take this rook. And then take that rook. And now you actually have to be a little careful. Like, these knight endings can be tricky. So, you technically blundered, but it didn't really matter. That's what happened in the game. And then it says he resigned here, which I would not do at this level. But, I mean, obviously white's winning. Hello, Macron. Okay, so overall thoughts about this game. I agree with your assessment that the opening went pretty well. I mean, you definitely played way better than your opponent in the opening. And you, for the most part, just followed the basic principles. There were a few little weird moments like d6. And then this was just a little too cute. So, my suspicion is that you find... Like, you identify creative moves like this, and you probably are just kind of tunneling on them and failing to consider alternatives. So what I would recommend is to, when you're thinking about sort of an unconventional move like that, or especially moves like this that are like sort of tactically risky, like he took your piece and then you didn't take back, make a point to try to refute your own move. Like, imagine playing this move and then just ask yourself, like, if that move is bad, then why? And try to find all of your opponent's possible moves that could make your move bad. And it just takes experience to know when a move is, like, weird or when it's normal, but that'll just come with time. But yeah, for the most part, you outplayed your opponent. You were ahead basically the whole game. And you said the endgame... I don't even think you played the endgame that badly. There were... Yeah, I mean, there were... I guess you did kind of try to checkmate him before you had all your ducks in a row. Like, it's okay to just take a break and defend stuff. In fact, that's usually the best... Like, when you have a big advantage, the best thing to do is just kill their counterplay. Don't give them any chance. And then start checkmating them. Yeah. And then, you know, it's always, at any phase of the game, you know, you want to be able to see these pieces that are hanging. But it was a pretty good game. That is true, Bouncing. Black resigned, like, when he had made the most progress from, like, how bad it was. Okay, let's look at Tina's game, and then that's going to be the last game of the night, because I'm already feeling tired. I didn't realize I was going to have 4.5 hours worth of games to review. All right, Tina, how's scathing? Oh, man. So I have bad news for Tina. I'm actually rooting for her opponent. And I'll explain why. So Tina may or may not know at least knows part of it, but not all of it, maybe. But maybe she does. How's it going, Blundered Bro? Flipboard? Oh yeah, because I'm rooting for black. So, many years ago, like 10 years ago, I worked at the zoo. It was like a summer job when I was in high school and college. And I worked in the bird department for like 4 summers, and then I worked in the reptile department for 2 summers. And the first summer that I worked there, my entire job was with lorikeets. That was literally like the entirety of my job. Yeah, Michael remembers all the pictures. So I have a fondness for lorikeets. They were my best buds for like a whole summer, even though they pooped on my shoulder a lot, and sometimes in my hair, but rarely. So yeah, I have to root for black, unfortunately. Tina is still here, right? I thought I saw her a second ago. Okay, yeah, she's still here. And how's it going, Cub? Yeah, we had rainbow lorikeets. We had rainbow lorikeets from Australia, and we also had rainbow lorikeets from New Guinea. The New Guinea lorikeets have like imagine an Australian lorikeet. The New Guinea lorikeet looks almost exactly the same, except the head is a slightly darker shade of blue, and the breast is red and black stripes instead of like solid red, yellow, orange stuff. You were getting Chewy to join your Chesscom club. Ah, that's fair. So yeah, lorikeets are the best. They're very, very cool birds. Okay, Tina was white. Did Tina ever answer how scathing of a review she wants? How scathing? Really, Super Dino? I've never seen them like in the wild. I've never been to that part of the world. Lorikeet supremacy, yeah. Roast you. Okay, perfect. Now this is good because I've watched Christina play a lot of chess. So not only do I know, like, not only will I see how she played this game, but I know her tendencies. So I can really, like, you know, twist the knife. Okay, this is the most boring opening possible. So you should already be ashamed of yourself. You're supposed to take this pawn, but I don't know if you really care about this theory. You're supposed to take this pawn, and then this is like this is the main stuff. And then that's all I know. Sometimes people don't like that, because they're like, what if he watches Eric Rosen and he plays the Stafford Gambit? And I don't know, I don't have an answer for you. But, you know, the Stafford's not actually good, so... Okay, so heinous, knight c3, knight c6. So far, the game looks fine, just boring. d4 seems like the right spirit. I don't know if it's the right move. Apparently they like to play d3 instead, but whatever. How's it going, Mustachiola? Alright, he pinned your knight. You played d5? I'm suspicious of d5. Actually, we had a very similar position earlier in the night, where we had this exact same central pawn structure, and the guy played d5. The problem is when you play d5, you're giving up your option of opening the center later. I don't really see what d5 gains. It attacks this nice, shiny piece, which I suspect is, you know, part of the appeal of the move. But that doesn't make it a good move. So I don't really like it. It can't be that bad. I'd probably like, I don't know, develop my bishop? Something? I don't know. CL, would you ever describe a rook as unhinged? Fans need to know for personal notes. Yeah. So you know how in a lot of in games, not a lot, but in some in games there are stalemate tricks where you just like they're kings on h8 and you play like rook check, that's pretty unhinged, right? Some people call that the mad rook. Some people call it a super rook. But unhinged, I think, is a very fair description. What about during a middle game? That's probably less likely, but I imagine it's happened. There's some Kasparov game, I think it was Kasparov, where like the guy has like a knight on b5 or something, and maybe it was on, I don't know, he has like some minor piece just like chilling on the b file, and Kasparov just goes like rook a3, rook b3 and takes it. like for no reason, but then it's like a great move. So that was kind of unhinged. So yeah, I think rooks can be unhinged. Okay, I don't like d5, but it can't be that bad. He played knight b8. Computer doesn't like it. I sort of get it. Like, I'd be a little worried my knight's gonna be floating out here doing nothing. At least from b8, we can reroute to c5. You backed that bishop. Seems fine. He starts the rerouting process. You played a4, I don't get it. What's the purpose of a4? Yeah, that's definitely where I saw it. The Feingold lecture. What did I miss? Oh, that's true. So yeah, you also allowed this, which I for some reason didn't see. Yeah, and you probably can't let him... You can't let him do that. Then the knights... Well, maybe you can. I don't know. I guess bouncy is... Actually, I don't even know. I think maybe I don't understand what bouncy is saying. Do you have to play bishop e2? I mean, I guess I believe that bishop e2 is the best move. Yeah, I guess I believe you. I believe it all. So that's another reason not to play d5. So this is already a little tricky. I guess if I saw everything, I would probably play bishop e3. Can I do that? It still says take this. Okay. Well, you know. Never mind, I guess. So you actually have to take this to preserve some semblance of an advantage. Okay, I guess, yeah, I mean, this escapes all that trouble. Yeah, because now you can go bishop e3, and there's no pawn for him to take here. So that's good. Okay, that's a little tricky. Knight b5? I also don't really get knight b5. You have no recollection. Okay, well, it's a useful game to look at. Okay. Anyway, all this stuff happened. Oh yeah, and you have no recollection of why you played a4. I don't get a4 at all. Like, develop your bishop. Like, come on. That's low-hanging fruit. Pick some square. Pick here or here. Figure out which one's better. I'd probably go here because that looks better. If I go to g5, I'm going to get kicked, maybe. If he goes to c5 and I ever decide that I hate that knight, I can take it. This game brought you over 1800. Nice. Okay. Boo a4. h6 I also would give a big thumbs down to. Like, this isn't really... I mean, I guess if Black's argument is that trading this bishop for the knight is okay, I just don't believe that. So, I hate both players. Knight d2 seems okay. Yeah. h5, proving why h4, h6 was so good. I guess I would play h3, but it says that's a blunder, so... okay. What am I missing? Oh, I guess I would play f3 and then I would win a bishop. But you're a big Ben Feingold fan, so you didn't do it. Fair enough. So yeah, I said it earlier, but opening principles are good, but, you know, they take a back seat to tactics. So never play f3 unless it wins a bishop. Then do it. Okay, so instead you didn't win a bishop, but my instinct was also h3, so what do I know? Never play f3. Okay, never mind. He played g5, which is completely preposterous, but... This guy's 1995 and he played g5? Okay. I like knight c4. I guess knight c4 is probably what I would play. That's true, Jingo. Yep. Just h4 and he has no purpose for having done any of this. Then he castled short. This is the worst 1995 I've ever seen. I don't like queen e3. Like, your bishop's doing good here. You don't really want to block it. Like, I think you... I mean, I know you said this game is a while ago, but, like, I think you got excited at the idea of getting your queen in here. But your queen needs support. Like, you're not going to checkmate him with just your queen on h6. So, you know, really, like, what you should be doing is going here. Like, that is the square. Then you checkmate him automatically. Then just nothing he can do. Okay, he probably can do something. The engine says queen e3 is inaccurate, and it says knight e3 is best. You blunder later? Oh, my stars. Bishop ain't gonna do what queen will if you can infiltrate. But the queen, nobody's gonna do nothing. You need that knight there. This game is all about Ben Feingoldisms, so get knight f5 on the board. I guess I can turn off the evals. How do I do it? I don't even know how to do it. Does this do it? Nope. It's like in the thing. I don't know how to undo it. Alright, we'll just hide the moves. Will that make you happy? That works. Now, for the record, please let the record show that I've formed my opinions about the merits of these moves without seeing the eval. That won't work on his queue because it's in a study, so the evals are just in the PGN. Actually, I can still see I can still see them, but you guys can't. All right, I'll hide it for me too. Fine. Fine, I'll just fly solo. Okay, queen e3 terrible. Rook e8 even more... okay, rook e8 maybe not terrible because he wants to play bishop f8. You checked him once. That'll teach him. You might even check him a second time. Ah, now you played knight there. That's good. But he's gonna defend, I'm sorry to tell you. think he's gonna defend. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense, because you kind of trapped your queen there. Almost. I thought he would play bishop f8. That was probably his intention. Okay, now your queen's getting a little sussy over there. Yeah, this is tough. How do I get my queen out? I guess I would... Man, would I really play f4? Because my queen's like, I don't know how it's getting trapped, but I don't like that my queen can't move. I think I would consider f4, f3, and somewhere to, like, just move this knight out of the way so I can play bishop here and take that and take... Oh, but that doesn't even help because he has another knight. Dang. So yeah. So the queen coming in here was just like too soon. This is the thing. Do that. Ugh, yeah, now our queen's like permanently trapped because our... Like, I wanted to be able to at least come back here. I mean, you can still... Yeah, but now if you play f3, f4, that's not even helping you because he just doesn't have to take. Or, I'm sorry. I don't know if I'm explaining it well, but I don't like g3. g3 looks awful. He moved the knight for some purpose. Probably. Thanks for following. It is hard to attack, but I don't like that it can't move. And it's hard to get another piece in there to help it. Ini Rises, thank you and welcome to the stream. Knight g6. Yeah, I mean, like, he's getting close to... I still don't really see how he's going to trap us, but... Okay, you got the bishop in there, that's good. Yeah, because he's going to have a problem defending this, it seems. Knight h7. Seems okay. Because I don't think we can... I'm really scared to take f7. That looks like we're asking for our queen to get trapped. You traded. Okay, I mean, we're still taking h5, I guess. But I'm scared. Somehow. Yeah, I'm starting to lose my fear. He's not gonna... We're not getting our queen trapped. Knight f5, surely? Yeah, I mean, the only thing is like this. Even that doesn't work. We're not getting our queen trapped. Taking that looks good too. Somehow I want to go here, but your move's probably better because now the queen can actually escape. Okay, and then he just lets you trade. Okay, so now no problems. That was I don't know, it felt a little dicey, but maybe you were always just fine. I still think you should get this thing out of your head where, like, my queen is the thing that I like to checkmate with, so I'm gonna, like... Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. I think what you really should see is that the knight here is just an incredible piece. Okay. All this stuff happened. Trading queens is a little, well, I don't know. It's a little ridiculous for black. Never play f3. F3 seems fine. I wouldn't do it though. I still want my knight here. So I would just do that and not weaken my king. And I might even want to just play f4 later and get the rook in on the f file. So I think go here. Jingo agrees. F3 is not bad. Like in an in-game, F3 is often not really that bad. I just don't want my knight on G4 anyway. Like now I have to defend this pawn, you know? No, I mean, overall she's playing pretty well. I have some minor quibbles. H5 feels a bit premature, but I can't prove it. I don't know, I would just like maybe like king f2, just like defend this weak point, get ready for the rooks to come over here. H5, it also gives away this square to the knight, which we probably don't really have any good reason for doing. Or the rook, but I didn't think that was as good, but okay. So this is actually similar to the last game. Remember the last game where the guy played d6 when it hung to like 3 different pieces? And the reason he gave was that it looked like that pawn was getting closer to promoting. So I think this is like an optical illusion where people are like, my pawn's moving up the board, I'm only 2 squares away, so that must be good. But this pawn is like, it's really not dangerous yet. Like, yeah, black's gonna have to keep an eye on it, but it's incredibly blockaded. And it's even kind of flimsy because if this knight gets traded off, then it could easily drop off the board. So when you're in these kind of end games, don't feel like you have to start shoving pawns immediately. Like if you have a path to promotion, or you're completely tying your opponent down to stop your promotion, then it's probably a good idea. But here, like, he doesn't even have to do anything to stop your promotion. His king's already there. So it would be better to just get these pieces doing something. They're not doing anything. So I really like king f2, start pulling everything over to the king side, and then start pushing those pawns. Okay, a6 is senseless. King g2 is okay. I would prefer king f2, but I won't make a stink over it. F5 pretty reasonable. I don't think it's so good because now our knight can come to e4, but reasonable. That's what you did. Good job. C4 I don't understand at all. C4 feels like an I don't know what move to make, so I'm just gonna like push a pawn. Like it defends this pawn, I guess might be useful later. But this is where the action is. This is where you're winning, like you have a pawn majority over here. So, you know, I would ask myself if black has any threats. I don't see any threats for black. I mean, black has a lot of pieces built up over here, but I don't see any threats. So absent that, I would probably just like try to start getting my pieces over here. You do have to be a little careful because he does have a lot of firepower here. But I don't see any kind of tactic that works, but I'm probably missing one. Okay, yeah, c4 I just don't get at all. He pretends to attack your pawn, I guess. The knight moved. I guess that's fine, but I mean, your knight was defending that. Now you have to just go back or drop the pawn, it looks like. Yeah, I mean, we're just losing this pawn, right? Okay, good square for the knight. Oh wait, the rook's trapped. Never mind, you're a genius. If you saw that, then that's good. I wouldn't say I'm a dog. What did I say that made that joke make sense? Oh, I guess just because it's dominant cat? I don't know. No, I'm more of a cat person than a dog person, but I'm more allergic to cats than I am to dogs. Right, you don't remember nothing. Well, if you saw this, that's great. If you saw that, like, he takes the pawn and then his knight's trapped, then that's great. Ah, why no badge? I see. What, Tina just gets to make, like, 5 accounts and gets badges on all of them? I don't know, man. But the thing's hang. Oh, no, it's not hanging. Never mind. But it's gonna be hanging. Is it ever gonna be hanging? Yeah, maybe he can do that. Who is Tina? Oh, this is actually Lucy. I'm sorry. Okay, you won his rook. Good job. Oh, is that the end of the game? Okay, it's a little ridiculous. I mean, I don't know. I think most resignations are ridiculous, but I mean, he should play on. But I mean, got an exchange? Like, come on. That game was pretty good. I don't really have too many quibbles. But the chess Tina has a badge. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about pins. I guess here? Yeah, wait a minute. So here... it's too late. I can't think. Maybe I can just, like, not win your rook, but just, like, have it permacucked. Maybe that's good enough. And then I'm just gonna, like, double my rooks over here. Aren't you kind of just screwed? You don't really have moves. Let's see. It says both of these knight moves are good. It plays king f2 here. Okay, I get it. So the point of king f2... I mean, I guess there's a couple points. Like, this would almost trap the rook again, right? Except for he could just take our knight. Or he could go here because of the pin. So king f2, we're just getting out of the pin, and this rook is still trapped. So now we're threatening knight here. And we're still going to win material. Right? So the only way he can get out of that is to try to go back. And then you hit him with that. Okay. It is Jingo. It is. I think I will make it a weekly segment. I think that is probably about right. Like, maybe try to do... Like, I'll probably settle on streaming, like, 4 or 5 days a week on average. And maybe we'll have, like, 1 viewer game analysis day, 1 play viewers day, and then, you know, 2 or 3 days where I'm just playing games. I don't know, we'll figure out some other stuff, maybe. Okay, so... apparently there was a moment where Black was losing. I'm sorry, where Black was winning. And I can't remember if we saw it and talked about it, or if we never saw it. We never saw it. Or at least I didn't, but maybe you guys did. But black is winning here. And we didn't talk about that, didn't we? Do I take a biologic? I do. And soon I'll be taking a different one. Hopefully. Ah, Queen F3, yeah. That is sort of a hard move. Like, it's an easy move to miss, like this backwards pin. But yeah, that does look good. I've heard of that, but I don't really know what it is. I do not have any experience with it, no. Welcome to the stream, EK70R. Okay, so pretty good game from Christina. This was sort of the big miss of the game. Like, the game could have just been over with this, you know, pretty simple tactic. Like, Tina would find this... That's actually a good question. Yeah, I think if Tina were doing puzzles, like rated puzzles, she would find this like 90% of the time, if not more. Unless she's just completely trolling with, like, you know, her random moves that she likes to do. But the vast majority of the time, you would find F3. This would be a little bit of a weird puzzle for, like, a puzzle rush. Yeah, that's true, bouncing. That happens to me a lot too, Chilato. So that was basically the big moment of the game. And then I guess I harped about this Queen E3 thing enough. But yeah, you were actually always fine. I hated G3. Is it actually that bad? Yeah, the computer prefers F3, which was my thought. G3's in the running, though. It also likes A5. Okay. Yeah, it just takes time to have puzzle translate to games, but... I mean, for the most part, Tina's pretty good at that. Alright, so yeah, it was a pretty good game. This is such an easy mistake to make. So I was trying to understand the computer's move. I guess I still don't understand it. The computer's favorite move is Rook F-D1. And I thought maybe the idea was to play Rook D3 so that then you can take on G4, which is like such a funny way to go about that. But that's not, I don't actually see the computer doing that, but... Okay, I'm fairly tired. I didn't intend to stream for 5 hours, but what can you do? So thank you guys for sharing your games. You remember this moment? Oh, did you know you noticed Queen F3? But yeah, thank you guys for sharing your games. Like I was saying, I'll try to make this like a weekly thing, and I'll figure out some better format where we have like a queue, you know. I mean, the way Ben Feingold does it is he has it in a Discord channel, and then people can submit their games. The problem with that is then, you know, the people that aren't there still get their games reviewed over people who are there. So I might try to do like a queue, like as a bot or something. I don't know. I'll think about it and we'll figure some better system out. But anyway, thanks everyone who submitted a game. Apologies to those of you who sent games that I didn't have a chance to get to, but we'll try to do those, you know, next week or sometime. So let's figure out who we can raid. Who we got? Probably we'll raid Epiphany. Because she hasn't, I guess she's starting to stream more, but seems like she hasn't streamed that much lately either. Oh man, maybe Bouncy was trying to catch the raid. No, but I already said I was gonna raid Epiphany. You're not the type to trade queens, that's true. Mari chess, that's who I said. Yeah, I'll probably do that, Bouncy. I'll probably decompress for a few minutes and then like play poker for a few hours and then go to sleep. Then I'll like have somebody stream on the side monitor. You gotta sit for 40 minutes first. That's fair. Unofficial raid to Crab? That's fine too. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, thanks again, everybody. Big thanks to Zamfafex for the gifts, the sub there. Josh with the bits. Eat Chips with the bits. Cheesy Gazebo with bits. Zamfafex with bits. Josh with the raid. We had lots of follows and stuff. Very much appreciate the support. You guys should check out my YouTube channel. I'm gonna start uploading more there too. I just uploaded a video yesterday, or actually this morning. It's a game that I played yesterday, which was a 15-10 game. I'm trying to get to 2200 rapid, so I'll try to hit that on stream like Chelato suggested. But I need to get like close enough. You know, I need to get back to like 2190 so that I can hit 2200 on stream. So I might have a few videos like that on YouTube of me trying to claw my way back up. I play on a few different sites. Lately I've been playing on Bovada. Sometimes I play on ACR. The raid happens. Bye everybody.